And they say I have a grim sense of humor.
Awake to my voice and hear the call within. Embrace the fear inside. Surrender your mind to mine again.
welcome everybody to the final installment of Otter Talk for the Blue Otter Platinum League. I am your host, Chong Selmo, joined by some of the people playing here tonight in this finals, and one special guest. Tonight, I'm joined by the top side of MZRY Obsidian Vice of Narva and Jesus with Jason. And for Conduit, I am joined by Derizen and number one cheerleader and former player, Not So Dark. How are we all doing tonight, guys?
I'm doing great. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, doing well. Excited to be here. Excited to play.
Yeah, doing great. Excited to be the cheerleader for Revelation tonight on the sidelines,
Yeah,
I'm
thank you
doing
all.
phenomenal. I'm gonna be the main attraction tonight.
All right, awesome. Thank you all for joining us. I know you guys got that pivotal match coming up at 8 o'clock tonight, but it is nice to get to hear from the people playing in this finals before that. It's been a season for both teams. MZRY specifically making it to this finals, kind of upsetting. One of the favorites, Dorado, to make it here was a great series. If anybody got to watch that one. So I'm very excited to see what you guys do against Conduit tonight. And then on the other side for Conduit, just been somewhat smooth sailing. You had that bump in quarterfinals against Monkey Business, but able to reverse sweep that one, and then a clean 3-0 last week to make it here. So both teams really showing up when they need to, and I'm really hoping for a banger finals. But for tonight, we're going to be looking at lane by lane stats for this matchup, and we are going to start in the top lane for Narva against Chai. Narva, I did get to ask you in the interview questions that about this matchup and how you think it's going to go, but looking at the stat breakdown and distribution, how do you think it's going to end up tonight?
I mean, I think Chai's a pretty good top laner. He's really good, like especially when it comes to weak side, which isn't really my strong suit. But I think I'll find some cracks, in him hopefully, and then just seal the deal top side and get the win for MZRY.
All right, nice. And I did also ask Chai how he thought the matchup was going to go for you too, and he said you're the type of player he has a harder time playing against just because of the opposite styles. But I've played with Chai before. I've gotten to watch a lot of your games with Narva. You guys do have different styles, but both benefit your teams very much. I think it's going to be one of the pivotal points on the map. You could say that for every matchup in this series specifically. You guys both made it to finals for a reason. But I want to jump to Dark here looking at these matchups. Who do you think has the upper hand in this one, Dark?
It's really hard to say because how Revelation plays or how they have been playing so far is like totally opposite to how MZRY has come up, right? So just purely based on the assumption that they do the same things they've done before, I would put Narva on the upper hand just simply because he is an aggressive player, and if the team is backing him up, then it's not that hard to punish a weak side player. It all depends if Chai is ready to, rumble and bring his own game plan.
All right. Chai the weak link possibly, but Derizen, do you agree with that? Do you think Chai is going to be able to be that kind of stone wall that a lot of people expect him to be up in that top lane?
I mean, weak side warrior, right? You look that up in a dictionary, you see a picture of Chai. I think a lot of what they're saying is true, but one thing, if you haven't played with Chai a lot, you might not know that even if he's got old man hands, his biggest, I guess, boon or benefit is just his intelligence and versatility. He plays that way because he knows usually it's gonna work for us. But I've seen him do some crazy stuff, and our team doesn't forget about him. We know he's up there, and we know if that needs to happen, it'll happen, and we'll be there for him. So I think he can easily take it, but I'm not saying it's guaranteed. I do think it'll be a close one and a fun lane to watch for sure.
Yeah, I do agree. As someone who recently played with Chai, he does have that game knowledge that you expect, and it also comes that he used to play jungle, so that really helps him a lot. But I think Chai should be somewhat favored. I mean, he's a weak side king as long as you don't pick him R5 Galio or something. I've seen how that ends. It's not a pretty sign. But Jesus, as you do like to play for your solo laners a lot more, is Narva gonna be your focus tonight, or are you gonna kind of let him beat up on Chai a little bit?
No,
he's
I'm gonna
leave
be
me
up
out to
there.
dry. No, you're gonna leave me out to dry.
Wait, will we see? But I do love my solo laners. I do intend to create a lead there tonight.
Yeah, this is my goat.
All right, all right. And speaking of Jesus, let's go ahead and pull up the jungle stats. A lot of people, in the interview questions that I had, a lot of them shouted out Nation as who could be a potential MVP for this league if Blue Otter had that. But I saw a lot of the misery guys also saying that you are up there, Jesus, as you do facilitate them a lot. And looking at these stats, you can see that you do give up a lot of that early CS to get a high KP, so you're always trying to get the upper hand through ganks instead of the farm up style. But I'm curious how you think this matchup is going to play as a pivotal point on the map.
Well, just like you said, I do give up, CS, levels, gold, whatever, to create leads on the map, and I think that's what I'm going to continue to do. I'm going to try and shove something down their throats early and snowball off of it.
All right, Derizen, how do you think Nation is going to handle Jesus' style tonight?
If and this is no disrespect, I just haven't watched a ton of your guys' games, and when we played, we obviously lost. But if Jesus is one of the top junglers in this league, which seems to be true, I think the only deficit that Nation has is just that he's maybe had a little bit of an easy time this whole split. So I'll be excited to see him have a challenge, but I think he clears, no disrespect, but the guy is cracked. He wins us games alone, and without score lines that look pretty sometimes. And I think he's pretty good at picking apart whatever game plan the opponent has and making sure that we're not only just taking the advantage on the other side, but taking even more and doubling down.
All right, I did get to play with Nation. He is very good at trying to figure out what the jungler wants to do on the enemy team. But there was a clip that went around for a while that I saw Jesus. He walked past his red buff in a game, saw it was being stolen as he was on a Mumu. He queued to his Krugs, immediately flashbacked over, smited his red buff, and got a solo kill and got out. So this guy, he can play like an AI bot sometimes and pull off some crazy outplays. But I know, Dark, you played with Nation before as well. What are your thoughts on Nation in this matchup?
Well, I shit on Asian all the time. Everybody knows this. So I can say what I usually say, but also I feel like this is where everything comes down to. I think you can look at every other lane, but I think this is a decisive role in the game that's gonna change. That's gonna decide who wins tonight. Because if Nation is just coasting through his league so far, and Jesus puts on the car in top speed, and he's just ganking and ganking and ganking, Nation can't keep up, then I think MZRY can take it. But I feel like Nation is a more well-rounded player. You can see it in his stats, right? His CS, he's not losing too much CS, he's not having too much goal deficit, and yeah, his KDAs look whack, but even then, I feel like Nation's well-rounded, so I think I would give it to Nation just purely because I've played with him, but also because I've seen him how he works in a team, and his importance in the team is very, very crucial for the team to win. So if he's on his game, I think he wins.
All right. I mean, looking at the KDA alone, Nation is a dirty, dirty inter, and I've seen him myself before. But, like you said, he's very good at doing what he needs to do for the team, and that even comes down to the smite steal. So hopefully Jesus has those unlocked tonight, because Nation is kind of known as a smite steal king. But Narva, as the other Obsidian MZRY player here, do you think Jesus has the upper hand in this matchup, or do you think it's a lot more even, like a lot of people here think it is?
I agree with Dark here, with that this is gonna probably be the deciding factor for tonight's game is the jungle, what's gonna happen in it. And in my opinion, Nation is really consistent. I remember because last split in BOL, I was a jungler and I played against him, and I thought he was pretty consistent, despite the record of his team. I thought he was definitely the reason why his team could win games. But I also feel like JJ, when he's actually locked in, he's kind of a beast out there. So I think it's all a matter of if he's locked in or not.
All right. Yeah, this is definitely the focal point of this matchup for myself specifically. Just because one jungle is the most influential role in the game for comp play, but also just because of what these two players do to facilitate their team so much. But going into another pivotal matchup, everyone is in this one. We're gonna look at the mid lane here. We're gonna see Derizen or Frauderizen versus Big Daddy Wall Street. Another one of these MZRY Obsidian Vice solo laners that has just been like popping off this season. So Derizen, I know I asked you about this matchup in the interview question, but I'm curious to hear your actual words on it going into it tonight.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Wall Street, regardless of whatever the stats rankings are, which, I mean, if you ever see me yap in the chats, you know I don't give them too much credit. I mean, they're there for a reason, but I think he's one of the best mids in the league, if not the best. He scares me a little bit sometimes, but I know I can win. I know I have won, and he has too, so it's going to be fun. I have an idea of how they like to play with him and get him ahead and have him transfer those leads to other lanes. So my focus is really on making sure that doesn't happen. If you go back and look at KDAs and stats of any revelation losses, typically they're because I died like 6+ times. So Fraud Risen is reformed. We're not dying at all this series, and good luck.
All right, like you did point out, Wall Street, you think he is one of the best mid laners in the league. I thought the same stuff doing the content all season long. There was a time where I put another mid laner over him, but watching his growth as a player, I think he is the mid laner to beat right now. And I think you do have an upper hand. You do get that 1 gold differential at 15 here. There isn't the craziest number I think I've ever seen of exactly 1. But Jesus, you got Big Daddy Wall Street and Big Daddy Narva, 2 big solo laners. You gonna play around both of them, or you gonna just camp Derizen because that's the recipe to beating Revelation?
You know, as much as killing Derizen sounds, as enjoyable, it really just depends on draft, game plan, execution. If he's gankable, he will die. We'll find it.
I believe it too. I believe that.
All right. And Narva, so as you and Wall Street have both now busted out a Riven game in this season, are you guys going to be flexing that tonight, or you think Conduit has to ban it to get rid of that potential?
I mean, I think that was always a flex. It was just, it was unfortunate that one time when he got to play it. Like, he's pretty good, Riven, but I was a little hopeful that Yone was gonna go top, But no, I think yeah, it is a flex for us. It's always been. We've had a couple of flexes. That's why I like playing with Wall Street. I think he's one of the best mid laners I've played with in a while.
All right. And then Dark, as the role swap king yourself, playing 3 different roles in comp leagues, looking at this mid lane matchup, how do you think this is going to play out tonight?
I didn't even know that was 1 goal difference was possible.
Yeah, no, that's the craziest stat
crazy
I
work.
have ever seen.
Hey, just enough, just better enough,
He
Yeah,
got that
just-
1 ward, the 1
See,
zombie
1
ward
is
kill.
better than 0, so it is what it is, But I think Derizen's right here. I can't shit talk Derizen. He's right here.
You
No,
can.
you can. No, you can.
But I mean, just looking at how Wall Street, but I would say this for this matchup is like Wall Street is a player that his team plays for, while Derizen is a player who plays for his team, right? So they both have their jobs to do. If Wall Street is getting help and he needs to carry, then he needs to prove that he's like the better guy with the gold and he can carry. While Derizen is the guy who's like, I'm gonna play for the team and help the team and make them carry, because he does have great carries. Nation's a great carry, and we're gonna talk about MZRY after, and he's the excellent carry. So I think just saying that, I would say Wall Street is like favored in this matchup, right? But if I know Derizen to be resilient, even like in his losses, he has his ups and downs, but I think today he's gonna lock in and he's not gonna die. He is gonna play his champions that he knows, and then he's gonna win.
All right.
That's biased, but I think
Okay.
No, that's fair.
I do think, this matchup is going to go different than it did in the last week of the regular season. I think Conduit just had a really bad meta read there, where they went Graves bottom lane and put Nation on some assassin carry jungles. I'm hoping they got the meta read right tonight, and we're not going to see some more shenanigans like that, and Derizen isn't going to get left out to dry like they did in that series. But speaking of the carry, we're going to look at the 80 carry roles. We're going to see, number 1 on the yeet list for everybody, MZRY Domination against Tortuga tonight, who has been shocking me this season as somebody who played against him in Plat last year. The growth that this player has had is actually insane to see him popping off like that. But we see the KDA King in domination tonight. So let's start with Dark here. How do you think that this matchup is going to go off?
You say Tortuga has surprised you all season, but I played against that guy last BOL finals. And I think Tortuga has always been a good player. I don't know why Tortuga has Casante in his background, but as an ADC,
He's playing with Senna, dude. It's obvious.
playing with Senna. Okay. I think he's been a good player, and I think he just needs a team around him that he has found now that is like that can help him shine through. But MZRY is literally like, I don't know how this guy is not yeeted. I'm yeeted and this guy is not yeeted. Look at 16 KDA. I've never had 16 KDA in my life.
You hit Emerald. He didn't. He's a fraud.
Okay. But yeah, I think MZRY, I'm not even Tortuga. I think he's the best ADC in Plat, in my opinion, right now. And his team does enable him. Like I said, Darzin's like a team player. I think Chai is a good weak side player. So like, all it comes down to is if Nation Domination can perform. And I think so far this season, even like obviously that 1 week where they decided to like have fun was against MZRY. Nobody thought this was gonna happen at that time, but then they had fun and they never actually showed their real champions. So like MZRY still has the upper hand of showing up with his main pool and showing why he's on #1 EAT list.
All right. And then I'm going to look at Jesus here as a player who helped get Tortuga to be in that shining light, as Dark said, letting him be the carry and facilitating him. What do you think of this 80 carry matchup? It's the two carries, because 80 carry, the two carries of the teams. How do you think this is going to play out?
I think Tort has been surprising me a lot recently, and I didn't used to think very highly of him, but yeah, like I said, he surprised me. He's been performing. I'm really proud of him. And as big as domination is, I mean, he'll fall all the same.
All right. Big words here out of Jesus saying he's going to take down the Yeetless King. But now, Narva. I'm curious if you have been shocked by Tortuga as well, or if he's been playing up to what you expect, or if he's now excelling to where a lot of people thought he was going to be this season.
Where do I start with this? I've been thinking about this for a while, like probably for a week now. I think it's a little funny, but I think there is like a different person, low key. Like, not actually, but I think Tortuga regular season and Tortuga playoffs are entirely different people. Like, he's just a beast. Like in playoffs, like, he's been performing really well. Like if we went back to week 6, like before we went against Conduit, and you asked me the same question, like who's gonna get the better of who here, I would probably say MZRY. But I don't know. I think Tortuga is gonna surprise a lot of people tonight.
All right. Yeah, Big Brother got on the keyboard for Tortuga in playoffs. He said it's my turn to play. But now, last up here, The Risen, playing with domination, he's going to get yeeted this season. I think all of your team is getting yeeted, by the way. How do you think this is going to play? As, in a way, both 80 carries are weak side laners. Because domination is very good on the weak side, likes to scale up. Tortuga likes to do the same. There is the potential for 2v2s, 3v3s to happen. How do you think these two guys are going to play against each other?
To be honest, it's a lot of the same of what everybody's been saying. I mean, I think MZRY looks on paper the absolute favorite, but man, I watched that Dorado series and just hearing what you guys are talking about Tortuga, it looks like that guy has an extra gear and he's in it and he's pedal to the metal. So
I think jokes. Let's go.
I think. I don't know. I like players that have that gear. I think MZRY can. In not that it's like, oh, the carries don't matter, but I think both are expected to perform at the highest level. I think everybody knows that's going to happen, and it's really going to be which team around them can help them do that the most. And MZRY has 2 supports, so I think that's pretty free for us. Speaking as Revelation support number 2.
All right. And speaking of supports, the unsung heroes of bottom lane, unsung heroes of the team, really. We're gonna look at the support matchup of Illicit Raven versus Trucks. You know, two players who kind of go under the radar when you're looking at supports, you know, but since a lot of them had to get yeeted up to Emerald, me and Dark included, we're out of here. I think these are like the two premier supports in the Platinum League for kind of the same reason, just being whatever the team needs them to be. And I think this is a very pivotal matchup in this one. So I'm curious how you think this support battle is going to go, Jesus.
Yeah, this is my first split here, and I don't know a lot of these players, but Illicit Raven is the only player from Conduit that I know the name of. I've heard good things and only good things, but Trucks, he's resilient. He has draft knowledge, in-game sense. He has a great mind. You know, I think it's going to be a very, very pivotal matchup. Very important.
All right. And now, Narva, do you have the same take as this about Trucks against Raven, or do you think this is basically whoever has the hands on the day is going to win it for their team via support?
I agree with JJ here. But one thing I would say is I think Raven is really good like at the champions that they do play, like all the like in their chimple. But I think Trucks is just a little bit more flexible with like what he's willing to play for the team, and I think he's a hugely driving factor for the team. He's definitely like very impactful. I don't know what we would do without him, low key.
All right. And then now, Derisen, your top laner Chai has been running the Illicit Raven for MVP campaign in my DMs all season long. Do you agree with that one, or do you think
100%.
All right, so Raven, you think has the upper hand in this matchup?
Yes, but just because like I've been on the receiving end of so many Raven changing plays in fights, like she's finally come around to stop protecting Manveer and start protecting me, which is the right play. And all jokes aside, I appreciate what you guys are saying about Trucks with his game knowledge, and that sounds great because if anybody knows Raven, she's a little quiet, but I almost think that that's like a benefit because for her, playing with her, it's like, it's innate, it's understood. There's like a wavelength that just nobody needs, and she's just in the right spot, she's doing the right things, and she steps up big all of the time. Even on champs that people don't expect her to play, or we don't expect her to play, she wins my lane for me. So it's like, she makes such a big difference for our team that the reason we say Raven for MVP is because she's not going to say it for herself, but she should.
All right. And now, my last guest, Dark, you also get to have that outside perspective looking in on this matchup specifically. I know you played against Trucks and against Raven. What is your thought on this matchup?
I didn't play any support against either of them. I have played ADC against both of them. I played ADC for Trucks, and me and Trucks have a bit of a history, right? We played together on the team, played against each other. He is part of like the Phoenix squad. But I think this is going to be pretty one-sided. I think Raven for MVP, as much as of a meme it seems like, I think Raven is pretty good support. Probably one of the best, if not the best support in Plat, especially when paired up with Manveer. I think they work together pretty well because Raven does play a lot of these tanky champions, and Manveer just needs somebody to stand in front of him. And I've seen her play enchanters too, which means like she has a deep pool, but everybody knows Strux can and will play anything that the team needs. So I think that the only up I would give Trux is on the champ pool, so he could pull out something that Revelation is not expecting. But I think just purely how the season has gone so far, and Raven has come up as like one of the better supports, even in Last Titan that she played in, I think I would have to prefer Raven in this matchup. Like overall, I think their bot lane, Revelation's bot lane, just takes the cake.
All right, awesome. So I'm just gonna want to wrap this up so we can get these players back to their teams and getting ready for this finals matchup that we have on hand. I wanted to thank you all for coming out and joining me here before the games, getting your insight on this matchup, and for everybody else who's watching here. And before we go, I'm gonna let you guys get your final shout outs. We'll start with Jesus and work our way down.
I think it's going to be a great game tonight. I think both teams are going to perform, but deep down, I think we all know who deserves this, who wants this more. And it's me. I can assure you, I want this victory more.
All right, Narva.
This is one of my most anticipated top lane matchups, so I've been really excited for this one. And shout out to Newport and my other coach, Jay Corcor, for getting me right. And shout out to all the people who have been rooting for me all the way to this point.
Awesome. Dark.
Yeah, I'm glad to be here. I'm not playing obviously, but I will be on the sidelines again, as I said in the beginning. I have my cheerleading outfit ready, hoping and praying for the best. But I think it's gonna be a banger series. I know we didn't do predictions, but it's going to be a 5-game banger.
All right, another long stream for the BOL cast.
Yes,
team.
sir.
Great, awesome. And finally, last but not least, Durizon.
Yep, that's me. I just want to say thanks to you guys for having us on, and good luck to MZRY tonight. I mean, impressive win in semis, and you woke us up. We're ready for it. We're excited. I won it super bad too, so let's just see whose will is stronger. Shout out to Conduit, Genetics for taking us in and supporting us. And shout out to Coach Chris and the whole team. We're gonna bring this one back for you guys. So stay tuned. It's gonna be a banger. 3-1.
All right, awesome. Thank you guys all again. For everybody watching, we are going to hop to a quick break. It's gonna be about 15 minutes, and we'll be getting ready to load into Game 1 for this finals matchup between Conduit Revelation and MZRY Obsidian Vice. We'll see you all there. and welcome everybody to the final matchup here for the Blue Otter Platinum League. We have MZRY Obsidian Vice taking blue side for game one, Conduit with Revelation taking red side for game one. I'm your host, Chong Solmo, and I'm joined by Traxon here tonight, and this is going to be a banger series. Conduit is looking to get their 4th in a row Blue Otter League Platinum Championship. MZRY Obsidian Vice looking to upset that one. How do you think this is going to go tonight, Traxon?
You know, I'm really interested because I believe this is a rematch, actually, right? Of week 7,
Yes,
where
correct.
MZRY Obsidian Vice did 2-0 Conduit Esports Revelation, but since then, it kind of does feel like they have been ramping up in playoffs and looking really good. So I'm really excited. I'm hoping this is a banger of a series.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you saw those week 7 drafts out of Conduit Revelation. They were playing Graves bottom lane,
True.
and yeah, really bad meta read by them all in all. But looking at the bans right here, we got Jesus's Amumu being banned away from him. Their MZRY choosing to ban away the Tom Kench flex that Conduit has, as long as the brand flex that they also do have. And then a very strong jungler this patch, still very strong in the game, is the Nocturne. But then they're going to first pick a Zac here, and I'm curious if they're able to flex that into any other roles.
Yeah, it could be top. I mean, maybe support. I do see some people playing at support recently, but yeah, we got 3 kind of options. I can't imagine it goes mid.
Dude, I don't know. I did interview all the players for the content piece this week. Everybody except for Jesus, and I did ask, Wall Street, the mid laner for Obsidian Vice, if he was cooking up any more picks because he busted out a Riven mid this season, and he said he's just always cooking up picks and has some stuff cooked up his sleeve. So who knows? Maybe this is Zac mid, and we'll just have to wait to find that one out.
Yeah, speaking of cooking up picks, though, Zac into Kog'Maw, definitely a great angle for the Zac right now. And looking, I know we kind of mentioned the Kog'Maw, I believe last week. Are we thinking it's going to be AD on hit, or do we think it's going to be more of an AP Kog'Maw in the bot lane?
So it depends on how you draft out the rest of the comp with the Kog'Maw and with the Volibear. It's still you can go either way because Volibear does like to go that PTA Flicker Blade Roa build to just do a lot of damage, and that's a lot of AP damage as well. I know the highest win rate build right now is that AP Kog'Maw with the Shadow Flame and all that fun stuff, but I still do think that on hit, W spamming Kog'Maw is still very strong and underrated. But we're seeing a Corki hover here, which is another flex pick. You can put it in mid, you can put it in ADC.
Yeah.
We last week we didn't get to cast that game, but Conduit did play this last week and absolutely went off on it with the Manveer. And then the Hui pick. So this is gonna be Hui mid, I assume. I'm tired of dealing in hypothetical flexes, but this is also a takeaway from Derizen, as he has played a lot of Hui this season.
Yeah, I mean, odds are Corky's probably bot, Hui's probably mid here, so we could see Zac either still top jungle or support at the moment. So the flex options are definitely out there. It's looking like it's gonna be volley top or volley jungle with the Syndra locked in the mid lane. So potential solid 2v2 if the volley is in the jungle here.
Yeah, so I'm just really curious to see how this second phase draft goes, because I think MZRY Obsidian Vice would want to ban away those enchanters from Kog'Maw, the likes of the Lulu, and Nami is actually probably the strongest enchanter right now on the patch. So I wouldn't be surprised to see those taken away. And then they're gonna start banning away top laners here for Conduit Revelation. Shy, the top laner for Conduit, is kind of a weak side king, likes playing Tom Kench, which is banned. He'll play Gragas, he'll play Orange, the likes of that stuff. So curious to see where they're gonna pick him this draft. It's looking more like it's gonna be an R5 with the potential Volibear flex into the top lane.
Yeah, banning out top laners right now with the at least potential with a Alawi hover. And I'm kind of interested, you did mention the enchanters. They want to kind of remove those off the board. It does look like they're going heavy dive with the Alawi ban, but Brahm's pretty good with Kog'Maw right now as well with the passive or the W proc. So I'm curious to see what kind of angle they look for in the Conduit bot lane here.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that you could still do with Kog'Maw that isn't your typical enchanter. Like, Taric is actually a good pairing with him because it gives him that survivability with the ultimate. But Taric is a very situational support pick. I say it, they're hovering it. The Lulu ban is still a possibility here, but there's a lot of stuff you can play with Kog'Maw. Milio's one of them, gives him that safety with that ultimate, cleansing all the CC that could come out right now it's a little bit lackadaisical on the CC side for the Obsidian Vice. They only have that I think it's Grasping Maw for Hui. He has like 70 ability names. It's the one that pulls people in. Otherwise, there's no real hard CC, so the Milio ultimate is gonna have that better effective heal than getting him out of a sticky situation.
Yeah, we'll see what MZRY starts to round their comp out with. It is going to be the Nami, so Nami Corki bot lane. I guess it makes more sense. You can go Enchanter because you're not really going Halo Blades Corki anymore into the Collector Rush. I think it's more Triforce and Amanda Mune.
Yeah, that is what I've been seeing more of. And the Nami pick is very interesting to me here. Corki is very strong in lane with the way his Gatling gun, his E shreds the resistances, and his passive now deals that bonus true damage. With a Nami E on top of that, the Tidecaller's Blessing, that's gonna be a lot of damage. And Kog'Maw is not known for being the strongest champion at level 1. And especially with Emilio at his side, they're kind of weak level 1, but level 2, they would be able to start pumping out some more damage and some counterplay. But Corki can be such an oppressive laner if he gets that lead on you that it could be really hard for this Conduit bot lane to play it out. But, knowing the names on this team and on this roster, I think they will be fine in this bottom lane. But the Wukong R5, there is a world that this still could go top lane. It is still flexible.
True. They're going to answer the Urgot too.
I've been seeing a lot of Urgot pop up recently, especially with a Phase Rush Urgot build that has been coming around. You build Phase Rush in the Black Cleaver, and you kind of just run around like a NASCAR crab, and no one can really get on top of you once you use your whole kit and everything, because you do the Q auto W. Since it's the W, it would count as that third ability and lets you run out with the E on top of it. So it's definitely an option here. I think looking at these drafts all in all, I think if the Kog'Maw positions correctly, I think it'd be really hard for MZRY Obsidian Vice to answer, but they do have, long range engage with the Zac. And the long range artillery of the Corki rockets and all the Hui abilities and flank angles from Wukong. This is going to be a very hard game for Manveer domination on the Kog'Maw to play out.
Yeah, and then you just have the Nami ultimate over the top of the Wukong, follow up engage, way long range as well. Yeah, I think it is pretty much on Kog'Maw and Syndra to position super well in these team fights and not get engaged upon. They need to split themselves up so they don't lose one champion or both of them at the same time. But kind of looking at these two comps, who you feeling as a better draft game one?
I think for ease of execution, it's for MZRY Obsidian Vice. But for the outplay potential and, momentum, if you can win on this comp as Conduit Revelation, these aren't even their best champions. This is such a dominant way to establish, you are the team to beat in this first game if they can win with this comp. And, I mean, all in all, Conduit does have good backline threat, too, with an Urgot getting onto the squishy Corki and Hui. I think this is anybody's game to play, and I think it's more so on the top and jungles of both teams to find those engages and angles to excel. But if we're just going for ease of execution, I would favor MZRY Obsidian Vice.
All right, yeah, I kind of have to agree with you here. I think MZRY has the easier team fight, but again, yeah, I do kind of like the Urgot pick, because regardless of who they send top lane, Zac or Wukong, Urgot has pretty decent matchups in both of those, so I think it was a pretty smart pick here. But I don't know if it's going to be enough to kind of outfight the team comp. But I think there's a world in which Conduit does and can potentially get ahead in lane and make it difficult for MZRY to team fight. But again, the Wombo combo is there; it's real, and it is always going to be something that Conduit has to look out for.
Yeah, and I mean, the pivotal part of this matchup and just the series as a whole, we just got to watch these junglers closely and see what they do. They are the facilitators for this team. They are the lifeblood of these teams. Despite, MZRY having these strong solo laners, Conduit having Domination, who is the best AD carry in Platinum. These junglers are the focus of this team, and they are going to do everything they can to track each other and get the momentum from their team. So it's going to be very interesting to watch this one play out with the champions that they're on. Both very gank heavy oriented champions.
Yeah, we're going to throw to a quick break. And when we are back, it is the first place seed and the second place seed of Zon in their division up against each other in this best of fives game 1 finals matchup. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
And welcome back, everybody. We are here on the Rift for Game 1 of this Best of 5 finals between MZRY, Obsidian, Vice on the blue side, and Conduit, Revelation on the red side. And like I mentioned, loading into the game and during Champ Select, it is that Phase Rush Urgot that I mentioned.
Yeah, looking to kind of run down the top lane. Zach, by the way, in case anyone was wondering, we did finally figure out who was going where. I honestly thought it might be a Wukong top because it had like an okay matchup into the Urgot, but gonna be in the jungle.
Yeah, and overall, looking at runes and summer spells, nothing really shocking. The only thing you can say is that the Syndra could have gone first strike, but in this matchup, I don't think it's worth it. So the Comet just the better pick here. But overall, nothing really shocking. Raven going for the exhaust for when the Wukong dives onto the back line, while Trucks on the Nami choosing to go heal for that 2v2 survivability power.
Yeah, Corky going probably Triforce Man Immune just because we don't see Halo Blades, and then it does look like we're gonna see an on-hit Kog'Maw instead of the AP Kog'Maw, which makes sense. A lot of AP damage if Domination does go AT there.
Yeah, I mean, would have been a lot of AP, especially if Nation looking like gonna go towards that, Roa Flicker Blade build that I did mention before. So very happy to see Domination, adjusting the game plan, going for that on-hit Kog'Maw build, which I think is still very strong in this meta. And Chai already, zoning Narva away from that top wave. It's ranged into melee, even if Urgot is, low range, still ranged into melee. So you're just gonna harass him, poke him down, get your CS, and zone him from XP and gold, which is very smart play by Chai up there.
Yeah. Kind of ranged in a melee matchup, and nothing too crazy coming through there. I figured they'd play a little more aggressive level 2, but gonna play passive in the bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, this is what, Raven and Domination are known for playing this weaker side bot lane and scaling up into the game, and then letting Domination with his, I believe it's 16.5 KDA, just absolutely dominate the game.
Yep.
But Wall Street getting ganked here.
Yeah, the flash comes through, tanking up the turret. A little more damage. The Q does, or the W does connect. First blood to Syndra.
I mean, really well played by Nation there, and also big play by Derizen, walking towards the bottom half of the lane, forcing Wall Street to play up away from where his jungler was and where Nation was sitting. Very smart thing to do in laning phase is to just position around the wave as to what side your jungler is ganking from or on for the safety or insurance of a gank. And only Nation flash on play. Derizen still has his flash, and Wall Street is without flash. They could re-gank him, and they could just look for a straight up 1v1. Interesting choice by Tortuga to W in there.
Does not take the better of that trade. That is for sure.
Yeah, but
gone.
Really well played by Derizen and Nation. And then, like you said, Tortuga W'd in there. You don't win that trade when the melee heal field is down.
1v2 just goes a little ham. Maybe misclick, I don't know, but we'll be still fine. Wave pushing in, we'll be able to pick all that CS up as well. So, there's some early level shenanigans occurring.
Yeah, I mean, looking so good so far for Conduit. And another fight in this bot lane, Tortuga.
Yeah, Tortuga's
losing out on this trade.
Into the Kog'Maw, yeah. Grab up in the top line as well. Zach does have the passive, able to just kind of like trade HP for CS here. So, kind of what you have to do. Melee into ranged.
Yeah, I mean, and also the thing with Zach is he will just heal up, casting his abilities, picking up those bloblets. You see big level up there with the heal as well. And also he did take Doran's shield. I assume he's also running the Resolve Tree secondary and has second wind in this matchup. So him trading like that, it's good for him because it'll just basically gain more health than he loses. But also it lets him get the CS when he needs it and and force the wave to Chai's side. So he's able to get a recall and then walk back without having to burn that teleport.
Yeah, the pinging on the dragon as well, so they get the reset. It's going to be a Blade of the Ruin King first for the Kog'Maw, and potentially running straight back to the dragon, trying to get that stacking early on.
Yeah, I mean, Kog'Maw does do this on hit build. I was curious if there was a world that we would see like Yuntal Kog'Maw, because Yuntal is just a very strong item right now. We're not going to be seeing that. I didn't think that was the build, but even with Bork being like nerfed recently, it's still going to be the first rush. It still is Kog'Maw's like best first item because you don't want to build a Rage Blade as your first item. And with the nerfs to Kraken Slayer, it's not really a good first item rush or a good item all anymore. So Not surprised to see the Blade of the Ring King rush, but Chai looking to go in, hit that level 6,
Level
but
6 to level 5, yeah.
oh,
Meanwhile,
we're
we
gonna
get the
have a fight.
Dragon Fight started. Scat of the Week does connect. Wall Street is out of mana. Keep that in mind. Nation frontlining down to have health. The stun comes through onto Wukong level 4. Nation will be the first to drop these with the Jason. Gets that kill. Dragging out at 1600 health. Tortuga in a 1v3 scenario. Trucks trying desperately to get to the 80 carry. Tortuga, though, still getting zoned off right now. They're trying to finish the Dragon off. The barrier gets popped. The flash comes through as well. We're still scrapping. They pick up the Dragon. The top lane, though, Narva goes in level 5 to level 6. Chai forced the flash in the top side, so going the way of MZRY.
Yeah, what a crazy exchange all the way around. I think if Chai had mana, he just wins that fight in the top lane because he's able to get, you know, the execute ultimate down onto Narva. And actually, I don't think I think he'd get the kill in the end, even with the, you know, Zac passive. But also, we didn't mention it, but the Warrior Trickster 5Gs with the Jays was so good there because Nation went on the clone and not onto the real Wukong. So it was able to be turned around there by MZRY. Even with Wall Street on such low mana, was still able to pump out damage because all in all, Koi doesn't use a lot of mana to cast a lot of his abilities. And we're going to see him try pull in.
The passive, yep, the passive has been procced. Let's see if Chai can finish off the kill. It's going to be close. Down to one more. The blob. Oh, he lives, but he's gonna die right after. Chai needs one more auto attack. Does get it. Jesus with Jason just here to soak up the farm after the 1v1 solo kill.
Yeah, and that is not what you want in this lane because now Chai can just do that again and not have to worry about the passive. And I mean, it's going to be hard for MZRY to deal with a fed Urgot if he gets to that point because he's just going to build like Black Cleaver into Sterix and just be hard to deal with. And we see a fun little interaction there between the Urgot dash and the Zac Q pullback.
Marvin's taking so much damage though. Just got back in lane. Chai's looking to potentially reset with that kill. Actually only has 600 gold in the pocket, but Narva down to half health, fighting down level advantage. Always a little rough.
Yeah, I mean, Chai is really just putting in the work to Narva up here in the weak side Urgot matchup, which Urgot kind of does excel in this weak side lane because he's just such a strong lane bully. And when he gets to level 9 and has that full W upgrade and is able to just sit there in like basically a mini turret form, it's very hard to deal with him, even in a 2v2, especially with Zac not providing as much damage as you would want to deal with something like an Urgot, especially with that execute ultimate. It's definitely going to be the onus is on G's with Jace to come up here and try to mitigate everything that, you know, Chai is doing on this Urgot and help Narva in this matchup. Like, yes, he's even in CS, but it's going to start getting worse because I don't think Narva's going to be able to answer Chai in a side lane come later in this game.
Chai's ultimate is back up, so keep that in mind when they look to fight next. Definitely close with an execute range. No flash, though, so Narva just trying to play on the range of that dash there.
Yeah, Chai was looking to go in right there when he mentioned
I was looking for it.
Running right forward. I mean, yeah, if he did have flash, you just flash E in, and it's just basically a guaranteed kill. But they're looking to gank bot lane, but, you know, the wave in a really bad spot for Raven and MZRY here. They're going to have to call Nation down here to help them with this wave because, you know, MZRY Obsidian is just taking their time last hit in this wave, not letting them step up and threatening that gank. But now that Wukong is backed up, they don't know it, so they're going to keep respecting it, but they could play up and be able to push that wave back into their favor and try to get a crash. But there isn't taking a nice chunk there thanks to Wall Street, but Syndra's also going to get to a point where she also has an execute. So it's going to be very hard for these squishy members on MZRY Obsidian device to play out team fights the way they need to.
Yeah, we see Chai back up in that lane. Does have the Phage completed, looking to go aggressive in the Narva. The disdain does not quite connect, looking to get a couple more passive procs. The flash from Desrin in the mid lane, though. The counter kill, though. Wall Street gonna pick that one up. The flash comes out. Nation's going in. It does finally get that kill. So this is a trade 1-for-1, the 2v2. Both mid laners going down, but good outplay from Wall Street there. Tortuga a little bit of trouble. The flash into the bubble. Trucks with a massive bubble to keep his 80 carry alive. Tortuga trying to trade some damage back. The wave comes through. Illicit Raven in a little bit of trouble as well. The trade going back and forth. Domination looking to try to finalize it. Both barriers are procced. The kill gets given over to Tortuga. A double kill. Kog'Maw passive does not kill Tortuga. They did burn the teleport, but a 2v2 in heavy favor of MZRY on the bot side.
Yeah, I mean, Trucks actually just outplayed that whole play with that singular bubble. And then it could have gone in Conduit's favor, but a big Q onto Domination made him lose all the health bar when he tried to go back in to get that kill onto Tortuga. And it's hard to win a, barrier battle when you already have less health than your opponent going into it. So really well played by the MZRY bot side. And, their bot lane, we got to catch them last week. They have been scaling up this whole playoff series, and I think this is the first time, that Domination and Raven are really being tested here, and it's looking a little shaky to start the game for them.
And that was Tyr the Goddess, Corki, now with the Phage, and Sheen in this 2v2. So the damage definitely is there for Tortuga now.
Yeah, I mean, Corki's spikes harder than the Kog'Maw does at one item, because Triforce just has that innate power in it, as Freak said, tons of damage. It's literally what it says from the description of the item. But, Kog'Maw scales better into the game. Corki gets, 3 items, and he's kind of, plateaued at his power. But, I mentioned that. Yeah,
Chai has the
big
flash now.
here.
Jesus with the Jason is in the area. The ultimate from Chai goes wide, and that is the only reason that Narva is alive.
Yeah, I'm surprised Chai just didn't rip that ultimate earlier, trying to wait for Narva to get into execute range, but the ultimate slows. You're able to just stay on top of Narva and still get that execute. So a little misplay out of Chai there, but because, Jesus with Jason was up on that top side, Dragon does go over to Conduit this time, not having to fight for that one. And, splitting even on Dragons and Grubs is kind of where Conduit wants to be in this game. All right, and it seems that Traxon has possibly died here. He did warn me about this early. Oh, we're back?
We're back,
okay,
yep.
well, Domination is getting a big trade onto him.
Apologies. Yep, Narva in a lot of trouble up top side, but we had a big scrap in the mid lane as well. I guess I somehow managed to hit the mute button.
Oh, okay, that's what happened. I was like,
everyone.
I thought it was your blue screen that you mentioned earlier, so I was like, all right, here we are. But we're good now. Hopefully we don't have something like that happen. But yeah, there isn't able to just walk to where Nation was. And then a big trade onto Domination on the bot side by Tortuga. That Sheen Phage really paying dividends against them.
Oh, yeah.
And, I mean,
it's a big CS lead too now.
It's going to be really hard. Nation's going to have to play towards this bot side to help them breathe at all or look for anything. And I say that, and he's here.
Tortuga, the ultimate comes through, but a great wave keeps Nation off Tortuga. A little bit of poke damage to the backside. They teleported in as well, so another burn summoner.
Yeah, a big force there by Conduit, and just canceled with one press of an ultimate by Trucks, hitting all 3 members, I believe. It's a really good Nami wave out of him, but Chai is still just winning in this top lane, and I'm not sure it gets any better for Narva.
Domination is taking a beating bot side right now.
Yeah, I mean, he's just going to have to start sidestepping these. He's there. So one small thing to note on is that Domination and Raven are just positioning incorrectly in this lane. They're having Domination be on the short side of the lane when they're under turret instead of on the left side. They're having him play on the right side, so it means he has less space to walk to dodge these skill shots. It should be Raven on that side trying to take all this poke and letting Domination actually have the freedom to throw him.
Trying to trade it back to Tortuga. The flash comes out actually. Yeah. We'll get away from that meal. We're going to dive on the top side, but oh no, Narva gets pulled under turret. Chai trying to stay alive. The passive gets procced. The flip in onto Wukong. Nation is there. It's going to be a 1-for-1, but the stun under the turret means Nation should pick that one up. So 2-for-1 top side. Meanwhile, we got to fight in the mid lane. Both mid laners almost die as well. They will both walk out with blinking health bars. So, but 2-for-1 in favor of Conduit here.
Yeah, I mean, it was almost way better for Conduit there. They almost got that kill in the bot lane. Tortuga taking that tower shot, but since, Domination and Raven were at such low health bars, Tortuga has those rockets to keep poking them down. They're the ones who have to reset, sacrifice a plate for it. But Chai straight up just outplayed them in the top lane. Almost got a double kill out of it himself, but Nation was up there to help his top laner, picked up a kill for himself. So Chai and Nation looking very strong here. And Domination, DeRizen getting closer to that execute range on Syndra. We saw him almost beat Wall Street in that 1v1 there. If he had his Syndra execute at that point, that's just a dead Hui and even more momentum on the map for Conduit. But they're doing a good job. Gold is even. Everything. We're even on everything. Gold, objectives, and kills. So this could be whoever wins the next objective fight just takes full momentum of this game 1. So it's definitely going to be on a nice edge for that one.
Yeah, Grub's pretty much up right now. A minute before the next dragon, it will be Mountain. So we'll see what both teams really want to play to soon.
Yeah, and I think
Wall Street in a
Mountain.
good trade. Nation
Oh.
and Illicit Raven are there, but Scout of the Week didn't connect. Risen down to half health, so Millie will try to heal up as they look pick up the Herald.
Yeah, and I mean, Mount Soul is innately better for the Misery team just because
Yeah.
they have a Zac who is a pure tank. Well, there's no real tank on the side
I
of
want to
Conduit.
answer
Yes,
this though. Yeah,
Alright,
they're
it's
gonna walk
real.
up here.
Right.
So Chai is in the area. Zac isn't here. Narva a little late on this rotation, so it is a 3v4. Looking for some poke damage on a bubble doesn't connect from trucks. Chai
Tortuga's
takes a
also
little bit of
walking
damage
up
as
though.
well. They're gonna flank him. Narva going in. Big ultimate right now coming out as well. The Risen goes down. Zac frontlining right now. Illicit Raven forced to flash. Will die. Nation forced to flash as well. Looking to try to get 3 kills in this fight. Narva not gonna find Nation. They might look to dive this. Going in, it does find the knockup onto Nation. Gets another kill. Wall Street picks that one up, and Chai in trouble. The ultimate not gonna be enough damage from Wall Street, and they do pick up 3 kills in that fight.
Yeah, I mean, even though the Zac slingshot didn't hit anybody, he was in the middle of all 4 of
Uh-oh,
them. for
making
his-
4 kills.
And it went to Wall Street, sniped
Yeah.
them there on that one. And also, Tortuga took the mid lane tower in that play, rotating halfway up and just sitting mid and taking that turret. No response, turret taking the bot side. Herald did go down to Conduit, but now Dragon is being pressured here by Misery Obsidian
Oh,
Vice.
yeah.
But really well played by Narva there on that flank angle. Yes, the slingshot doesn't hit anybody, but he's in the middle of 4 members for his Let's Bounce. And Millie Ultimate does not cleanse any of the stuff that Zac tries to do. So it's just so hard to play when you're going against knockups as Milio because you feel like your ultimate has such less power than it actually does against like other some other CC champions. But really well played by Misery Obsidian Vice, syncing up their ultimates there and just having a stronger play all around.
Yeah, and I think about a minute or 2 ago, you said the next fight could really mean the difference in this game, and we're looking at it. The gold lead has occurred now for Misery here, so they have the first real meaningful gold lead of this series.
Yeah, I mean, able to balloon the lead to 3,000 gold, but, you know, Dragon 2 going over to Conduit, and they did pick up the Herald there, so still positives happening for Conduit, still able to look for plays to Risen with a fancy
Yeah,
feat there.
Wall Street
but
going
taking-
forward.
oh, no.
The snare does connect. Jisu the J-Don is in the area. And
It's Risen
Roy
lives.
actually traded. Wall Street looking like he might die.
Oh.
The fear comes through on the Chai Nation. Running up the ultimate does connect on Wall Street. The stun comes through as well. Illicit Raven there to assist in the kill.
Narva's
Chai
keeping
gets
in.
the shutdown. There's a teleport coming in. Narva might just have to hop out of here. Could be in a little bit of trouble. Tortuga looking to get some more damage. Untouched right now. The exhaust comes through. Dashes out. Illicit Raven trying to kite out Narva. Chai just trying to build space, but here comes the Kog'Maw. The E connects. Tortuga taking a little bit of damage. The bubble does not connect, but Kog'Maw in a 1v3 right now. The scatter of the week does connect. Domination in trouble. Narva. More hit. Not going to actually find it. The rocket doesn't connect. And they're going to walk out. Blinking health bar on the 80 carry, but they live, so 2 for 0 it looks like.
Yeah, what a play by Derison to live on that play in the bot lane and Nation being there for the counter gang. Literally lived on a sliver of health. And if Derison got back into the fight, which he did, and he hits that scatter onto Tortuga, I think they just full win that fight and get a 5-man ace at that point in the game because Chai was actually creating so much space and, you know, playing that really well, not going down on it. But what a play and turnaround by Conduit. Yes, they're still down 2K, but there is now a lot more hope in this game when you get a play like that.
Yeah.
And you feel like, hey, like as a player, you don't feel like there's a gold lead. You're like, hey, we're just as strong as them when you get a play like that to happen.
Yeah, you get the dragon stacking on your side as well. You went 3 for 3 with grubs. So, Ed, you have a really good scaling option in the Kog'Maw. So I think they're pretty happy right now. The goal is to not bleed too much at this point. And we'll see how they're able to kind of pilot this mid game.
Yeah, I mean, Trux has also been just on point on this Nami
Yes.
this game with his bubbles and his tidal waves. So I think, you know, all in all, the most important player on this Conduit on this Misery team is Trux. He can mitigate so much engage the Conduit tries to do because their engage is just running at you in a straight line. There's no other way to explain it. So if he's on
Mhm.
point like he has been so far, it is so hard. But Wall Street is
Wall
caught
Street,
here.
yep. Scout of the Week does connect. Nation looking to get the stun. The ultimate comes through. The Risen will pick. No, actually, sorry. Nation will pick that one up.
Yeah, assist, second support to Risen, as he had told me on Otter Talk tonight, picking up his third assist of the game, more than the first support on the team. But
Yeah.
eventually, Cinder's going to get to this point where, like, she is just one-shotting people with her ultimate and her full ability kit. And, like, we're getting to that point because it looks like he's on his way to a Shadow Flame. And they're going to pick up
Botland
a
turret
first
too now.
turret here on the side. Yes, the
First
local-
turret? No, second. Okay.
Yeah, Conduit's first turret.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's shared gold between Derizen and Nation. Nation very strong on this, rushing into that Dead Man's Plate second item. So not going the Roa build and Flicker Blade gets him a little out of date on Volbear builds, as he, you know, has been, you know, down the tier list in play since some recent nerfs happened to him a few patches ago. But Nation just going to look to be like this bruisery frontliner instead of this, like, insane dive your backline, solo kill people with 3 auto attacks type of build.
Yeah, and we were talking about the gold lead. It's down to 1K right now. So over the past couple minutes, they've climbed back 2,000 gold so far.
Yeah, I mean, we're just going to get to a point where whoever wins this next Dragon fight is going to have momentum in their favor once again. And this is what I love about Platinum Leagues, right? You feel like, hey, we just had a big play happen, we're in momentum, and then 5 minutes or 2 minutes later, it's like, we're just having bot lane. Why did all 3 of us just die? I thought we were stronger. And, okay, Storm Surge picked up your 4 Derizen in preparation for this Dragon fight. So, looking really good up here in the mid lane. But Chai looking really good up here in the top lane. Just Narvin jumps in and says, I can fight you, and then realizes, no, I really can't right now.
That's a full tank Zac. There is no magic damage there. I know a lot of Zacs sometimes build like a first item magic, but Narvo just full straight tank getting beat down by Chai up in this top lane. It is not pretty right now up there.
Yeah, and that is the power of Phase Rush Urgot there. You saw that. You normally, when you press that W button on Urgot, you lose a lot of your movement speed. But thanks to the likes of Phase Rush, if you proc that and then you press W, you're still moving at the same speed with an insane amount of damage strapped to the back of that one. So really well played by Chai in the top lane. And now we're posturing for this fourth dragon of the game. It would put Conduit onto Soul Point. They could give it if they really wanted to because of no threat there, but they have to play the
damage.
Yeah, they have to play the smart because Domination is picking up this mid wave right now to regain mid lane prio for them. So they have to play the slow and not get poked out too much by this Hui and Corki combo. But they're starting up the dragon here, and I'm going to pass it over to you to do some play-by-play casting.
Oh, yeah. They're just fighting for mid lane prior right now, trying to get in. That's actually a lot of damage on the Risen. Teleport comes through. Both top laners teleporting into this fight, kind of on their respective battle lines, though. Marvel walking forward, looking to try to jump in. Scout of the Week does connect Chai's in the back line. They will now just spot him. Wall Street could be in trouble. Crux, the first under fire. They're turning on to Chai. The tidal wave does not connect. And we're just trading skill shots right now. Just a lot of poke damage going back and forth right now. Narva on the flank, trying to spot out Chai right now, dragging down to half health. Nation in the area. Both junglers not really wanting to commit right now, just trying to get enough damage done to steal it. Chai fully flanking at this point. Jesus of the Jays is looking to go in. The stun comes through. Jesus of the Jays does get the smite, and both teams just opting to back out 2-2 in Dragons.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say that this whole passage play was favoring Conduit because they burned the Nami ult for nothing. They could do their walk at you and engage button, but not looking to pull the trigger. And Chai had such a good flank with that TP play and just nothing coming out of it besides burning an ultimate. But we can see another fight here.
Yeah, stun goes through, only armed to Narva. A lot of damage on a Chai, though. Nation in the back line, the flash comes forward. Wukong trying to knock him up, trying to create space. So Narva going forward does get the kill. So Nation going a little too deep. Sky the Wick connection to Risen. Force the flash as they're able to just get the mid lane, get the jungle kill, and walk away.
Yeah, nice look there by Nation to try to get that play going, but there's a key issue that he forgot is that your Kog'Maw is not strong right now. He is not on 2-3 items. He is on 1.5 items compared to Corki's 2 full items. It is such a hard thing to do as Kog'Maw to start shredding these frontline members and just hit who's in front of you if you don't have that Rage Blade stacked up, and he's not even there yet. So it's going to be hard for these team fights for Conduit to play out until Domination is at that 2-item power spike.
Yeah, the scaling needs to continue. Thankfully, they have decent wave clear. They have the advantage in the side lane as well. So they do have the tools to get domination there on the Kog'Maw. They just need to stem the bleeding. And honestly, 1K, you'll take that, right? That's not too bad of a lead to be down right now.
Yeah, I mean the hardest thing here is just it's actually Raven trying to play out this Milio game because all these team fights keep happening and you're not really able to use your ult. Like,
With the
the way you
Risen,
want to.
Unleashed Power comes through Wall Street. Okay, we're good. I got excited there for half second. Wall Street is pretty low, but
Yeah,
okay.
I mean the reason doesn't even have phase rush and he's able to sidestep all these skill shots. I mean,
Yeah.
dude is playing really well. But like I was saying, it's really hard for Raven to feel useful and impactful in these team fights when one of your team dies so quickly and you feel like your W is doing nothing. But also on top of it, your ultimate just feels so lackluster in these team fights.
Yuzu with Jason could be in trouble. The
He
flip
is in
does
trouble.
oh, he's in a lot of trouble. The ultimate gonna connect as well. The teleport. Wall Street just shows up to watch his jungler die. Try flashing forward, gets another
Street's in
hit.
trouble now.
Risen is there as well. Yep, Scatter of the Week connects. And a double kill for the Urgot. We talked about getting the Corki across that finish line, and they're doing a great job. Looking to start the Baron potentially.
I mean, send more into the meat factory for try, grinding them up in that top lane. Literally 2v1ing them. He didn't even need the Risen, really. He was able to just get on Wall Street and basically do all the damage himself. Now Baron goes over to that plane because Jesus dies in the top lane at a crucial point in the game when he shouldn't be up there catching that CS. Let somebody else do that. Let Zach do it. So what a play out of Conduit to capitalize on that. Yes, they lose mid lane tower, but this Baron play is so big because now they're up almost 1,000 gold now.
Looks like Kog'Maw's gonna get 2 items right here, so just continuing to scale.
I mean, domination is on 2 items now. He is on the Corki power spike, right? Risen is strong. I don't know if you can check on those stacks for me real quick, Traxon, but once he gets to that execute range, it is going to be scary for Tortuga and Wall Street, even for Jesus with Jason Trucks. But it is
like 97 for you.
All right, 97. I think, isn't it 75 is the threshold for execute? I don't remember off the top of my head. I can look that up in a minute. But this is starting to become a big issue for the side of MZRY Esports because they let the carries scale up as they
connects. Tortuga going forward. Oh my gosh, look at the damage. Tortuga finds 1 domination, forced to barrier and flash, but it's not enough. They will trade Tortuga in the end.
No, they don't.
Even I lied. I thought it would be enough damage, but that's crazy. Tortuga just finding a 1v2 in the carries.
And I mean, that's just an issue when you let your carries be so. And
Chai's dead next as well.
Here.
It looks so good for them, but they're running in one by one by one. What's happening? The Conduit here.
I wish I could tell you what's happening here. They're, their carries are just deciding to throw the game back into MZRY's favor when you have a Baron buff too. They just left their 2 carries alone in a lane.
It's a negative Baron power play.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like
2K swing.
Nami Corki is such a strong 2v2 duo, and they're fast. That's one thing you don't expect. And they're just able to get on top of Kog'Maw and Syndra there for free. No real exchange on that one. And then Chai goes down on the backside for nothing. And now Soul Point is going to go over to MZRY. And I mean, what a fumble. I like the 1 yard line there for Conduit. They were in control of this game with a Baron buff. They could have just played it out correctly, done a 4-1 instead of trying to 1-3-1 or even take their own jungle camps. It seems like what they're doing, but
they're looking for this Nation in the area. The teleport comes through. Narva does find it, goes in, won't get it. Corki picks someone up. Nation down to half health. Tortuga Wing forward, doing a lot of damage, but forced out of this fight. Narva in a lot of trouble. Is on a 1v4 scenario. They're going to sack the top laner and take the dragon for it. Narva will go down, but Hui's on the wrong side. Wall Street in a little bit of trouble. Spiraling Despair does find Chai. Chai down to low HP, but the ultimate from Chai does connect. The fear comes out. Wall Street desperately trying to kite this one out. Nation should be there in just a second to get this done. Not actually going to happen, though, because Nation down pretty low. Juice with Jason will walk up in Wall Street. And a 1v4 kites it out and walks away. Oh, well, maybe not. Heroes in the area, looking to get the scatter. Yep, Scatter of the Week does connect. The Q follow-up as well. The fear comes through. More damage. The flash. And Risen will pick that one up. Juice with Jays in the area, though, won't go any further. And it'll be 1 kill on the backside picked up.
Yeah, I mean, for a second I was like, why is Syndra not pressing,
Yeah.
the ultimate button, the outplay button? And then it's like, oh, it's on cooldown. Okay.
Mhm.
But, I mean, neither jungler actually played that dragon fight cleanly. Tortuga was the one able to pick it up for his team. And then I thought Tortuga was going to die there the way he W'd forward. He W'd in front of Derision and Domination, but neither of them focused him. The stun for Syndra was already on cooldown, so not able to stun him afterwards, and he's able to just get away with that one. Still deathless as alongside his laning partner in the Nami. And yes, Conduit was able to get some shutdowns to get some gold back. Gold is even once again here, Traxon.
Yeah, we're 30 minutes in, back and forth. It's a roller coaster right now. Both teams, I believe, with at least 1 to 2K gold leads in maybe the last 6 minutes. It's been a wild ride.
I literally started talking and realized I was muted this time. But yes, we are on a ride here in this game number 1. I mean, a lot of people said this is going to be a 5-game scrap fest. Some people even joked around saying, let's make it a best of 7. But I think for our producer's life, we should not do that to him. But I think we are going to be locked here for 5 games. And this is going to be a great, another one of these playoff series that we're having on the BOL cast this week alone.
Yeah, first ever best of 9 in the Blue Otter Platinum League.
Oh man, yeah, no, I'm not doing that. I don't get paid enough to do that. I don't get paid per game. I get paid per Taco Bell order items. But...
Yeah. So side note, 3 items for Corky now, right? So this is a pretty big spike. I assume the rapid fire are gonna come through next, but Tortuga going to do a lot of damage, especially when we're seeing like Derision and Domination kind of clump up instead of spacing each other. Tortuga's getting like a 2-for-1 special on all his abilities.
Yeah, I mean, it's so scary to play into a fed Corky, especially now that he has the IE. But this is what I was talking about, where Corky kind of feels like he Oh, what a cancel by Chai!
No, Narva, all sorts of trouble. This has to be a 1v1 kill. Chai looking to do some damage. The phase rush just sticking onto him. Yep, no passive to proc, and Nation going forward does get the stomp, but there's really no follow-up damage. Chuck's on a little bit of HP. They're going to teleport the mid lane in here. Maybe they're going to try to look to force the turret, but they got a lot of wave clear coming out of Tortuga, and there's not much of a wave right now.
I mean, yeah, Tortuga, and if Wall Street gets there, he also has an insane amount of wave clear as well. But my point doesn't matter when Chai makes outplays like that happen. Yeah. Cancels the slingshot from Zach and gets the solo kill, but they're hitting Baron here.
4v5 Baron here. Yep, Nation tanking this one up. Baron down to about half health. Kind of in the area. MZRY not really looking for it yet. Chai's on the flank, though. They're going to get funneled in. They don't have Wall Street, so this could be really greedy from them. They're kind of forced in this choke point, being flanked right now. Tortuga.
Oh my god!
And try to get away, but he steals it, and he flashes out. He's going to die for it, though. But
wait, Chai kills Tortuga?
Yeah, Chai might be killing... Yep, there's the ultimate. They're going to get the Fear Trucks next on the chopping block. It was a split fight. Narva teleported in as well. It looks like they might be losing 3 to 4 members here with what was honestly, it felt like a Baron miscommunication. If you're going to go for the steal, go for the steal, but don't fight it and steal at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, also, Jesus with the smite still there. Played it really well. Once again, we're seeing him use that Warrior Trickster perfectly, but it goes so south so quick for the side of MZRY. Getting turned on, and 2 turrets going down for Conduit. And the big thing is, Domination picks up another kill. Chai picks up 2. This Urgot is a problem. 8-3-1, sitting with the bounty, and now Kog'Maw also sitting with a bounty. And guess what? We are not done. More fighting is going to happen as the Soul Dragon spawns on the map for MZRY. They don't want to give this one up.
I don't think they get here fast enough. I think this is going to be sole point to both teams. And we've traded Barons this game as well. Down to 3,000 health. Will be cleanly smited away this time by Nation. So they do get that one and get out. What a close game. It is pretty much dead even.
Traxon. The gold lead is even again.
Yeah, we're pretty much dead even.
We are here once again of a dead even gold game. The only difference is towers are in favor of MZRY and kills are in favor of Conduit, but Chai going to go in. Jesus using that Warrior Trickster really good again.
I level 18 though, 2 up.
Yeah, Chai is scary this game. But the big thing is, I want to shout out Jesus playing this Wukong really well. He did get buffed this patch, reducing that cooldown of Warrior Trickster, and we're seeing him use that to his advantage. Stealing away the Baron with it, and then the early dragon fight. But Nation is the one in trouble here, getting engaged on.
Yep, getting engaged on. The ultimates come through. The Wombo combo. It looks like a bouncy house at this point. Nation will go down, so they have topside pressure with the Baron buff.
Nation never got to ultimate there.
Yeah, just up and down.
He was in the bouncy house and never got to use his ultimate to escape from the play. Wow, what a pick by MZRY Obsidian Vice, just sitting there being patient, not trying to force it. But now, big stun by.
Stun up as well though.
Yeah, good scatter of the week by Derizen, but also good counter stun by Wall Street with the eyeball is what I like to call it, that will stun you if you're in its sight.
Taking a lot of damage though. Try gets the flip back. Oh my gosh, it was the clone at least, so almost too much for it. They will lose the top lane inhibitor turret to get that one and get out. And all right, we got a gold lead again.
I don't want to talk about it because I don't know how long it's going to last, if I'm being honest here, because these teams have been trading blow for blow. I saw somebody say it in the chat, this is the Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul fight of the Platinum League. It is the old heads of the Conduit organization versus the new bloods of MZRY Esports. But if we're being honest here, I favor Mike Tyson in that fight the way I favor Conduit in this game, because I just feel like the way they're playing and swinging back in their favor. I don't see how anybody answers Chai in a side lane, and if he ever just gets time to be in a side lane, he's going to destroy people who try to match him.
3.5 item Kog'Maw as well. I mean, realistically though, right? Both these objectives 10 seconds apart, so whoever doesn't feel like they have the Mountain Drake can just grab the Baron.
All right, Nation just seemed like DC there for a little bit, just standing perfectly still, doing his best statue impression, going, maybe if I don't move, they won't see me. But Narva is looking for something, but yeah, gonna reset the cooldown. The big thing here to know is that there's nothing to fight for, right? And we're posturing around this dragon that doesn't spawn for 2 minutes.
Chai get their waves.
Chai is walking down here, but Chai could just still be sitting in top lane, pushing in that wave because nobody was responding to him. It feels like his team is in danger, having to walk down here. And now we're playing on opposite sides of the map because Conduit is on the red side jungle while MZRY is looking for a pick in the blue side jungle.
Up bait bushes.
But now Turret gonna go over to Conduit in this bot lane, and now they're going to be in trouble because they're looking to get engaged on.
No,
oh my gosh.
Here they're face checking each other. Truck walks in. Derizen insta-killing Tatuga. In trouble. Comes through, decides to W forward. Double kill for Derizen now. Narva going forward. It's got the big dust. Connects. Spiraling Despair. Not enough damage to take down the mid laner. Narva in trouble. Domination. Juice of the Jason is here. The flash comes through. Might have saved him actually.
Oh my gosh.
What is happening? It is not even again.
Oh my gosh. We are back at an even one game. And guess what? Bear spawns in 45 seconds. We got another fight coming our way. But oh my gosh, I don't even know what just happened. The bot lane turret didn't even go down. It is still standing for MZRY. This game is just already crazy. We're going to be here for 50 minutes for game 1. So I hope everybody's packed their lunch, called their moms, and said goodbye to their loved ones because we are locked in here all night, it's going to seem like.
Oh, man. Yeah, this is I feel like a story of wave prio, right? There's no reason to fight. You want to fight to get objectives. Both your lanes are pushing into you. Go get the XP, go get the gold, get stronger for the next important fight, which is now. But no, that is in the past. We are in the present right now, and we're looking for another fight.
Yeah, and team's not going to prior the Baron because this is soul for whoever gets it.
Yeah,
this could be the
both
game.
ADCs, 4 items now, by the way. So like they're going to start doing damage now. Wall Street going forward. They're looking to try to get prio in the mid lane right now. Meanwhile, they're on the dragon. Oh, it's down to 6,000 health. It's half health. What have they done? This is an awful misplay. They're going to pick this one up, but they're looking for the potential Chai's in the backside. So Tuga looking to try to deal some damage. The flash comes through. Tuga trying to kite this one out. The ultimate goes through. Chai dies. That's the first death My game just reset for some reason, but I'm switching over to Discord.
Yeah, I mean, Chai goes down. We're getting the re-engage here. Narva goes down into that passive, but Tortuga outplayed the crap out of Chai in that fight. Running around, we see Nation having to run for his life here. Yes, they pick up the Mountain Soul, but if they go down here, it could just be game over, and Nation is in a lot of trouble now.
Looks like he might be caught. The ultimate comes through. Narva diving for it. Scatter the Week does knock both of them back. Watcher looking to do some more damage on the Risen here. Down to half
Tortuga.
health, actually. Yeah, Tortuga in a lot of trouble as well. Domination will pick that kill up. Domination trying to fight for his team. 4 items, a massive bubble from Truck saves them. Wall Street in trouble, forced to flash out. Jesus with Jason trying to buy space, but will be the next in line to get attacked. We'll walk it out though, and
And the gold.
look at the gold. Look at the gold.
I mean, shout out Tortuga outplaying the fight early, just dodging
Yeah.
everything. Tried to do. Try even flashed on him. Tried to hit him with the ultimate. He dodges it, but then oversteps on the backside there, and Domination just gets to free fire on top of him and shut him down. And now, guess what? We have the Baron buff fight coming up.
They have
and-
Mountain though.
Yeah,
So,
and the big thing is
Definitely advantage to them.
this is bad. Jesus reset. They're just gonna melt this. Once
Yeah.
again, it's just gonna be a melted objective.
Yeah,
for
Corky's dead as
Conduit.
well. They're gonna pick this one up. The scaling has happened. This is their game to lose, I think.
That is Baron 3 of the game. A third Baron has fallen in game 1.
7 dragons, 3 barons. By
I
the
don't
way.
think this
Narva's
game
going
ends
in.
until 2 Elder Dragons spawn at this point.
They're looking for it, trying to catch
Oh,
out
what a
Chai and
scatter.
Risen. Scatter of the Week comes through. Great Scatter of the Week, Narva down to blinking health bars, but will it be enough? The Kog'Maw is not there. The carry's not there. Chai trying to buy room. Illicit Raven Spunk disparaged with a little bit of damage. Narva on the front line. Domination will take them down. Jesus with Jason. The next under. Fire Nation picks them up. Wall Street all by themselves. Tortuga and Trucks running for their lives. The stun comes through. Trucks down to 1 health. The exhaust on Tortuga. The scatter of the week. Kog'Maw dishing up the damage. This could
This should be it.
a game. This
This
should be it. 3 barons, 7 dragons. Kog'Maw was able to scale to 4 items. A back and forth game, 1 of this best of 5 series, but it will be Conduit prevailing through the scaling and the side lane pressure in game 1.
Yeah, I mean, they tried to go in onto Chai there, and that whole fight, Hysterics didn't even proc. It just procced that when he was tanking a turret. Like, this man was so unkillable in that fight that won his team the game. And now, game 1, gonna go to Conduit, looking to 4-peat here in BOL Platinum. And what a way to win game 1 after you kind of fumbled the early game and the mid game, but really well team fighting out of them to be able to swing that one back on their side.
Yeah, and you mentioned it before we hopped into game. This was a statement that Conduit was putting out. These are not their best champions, but if they can win in this game 1, it's going to be a good series for them.
Yeah, I mean, if both teams play like this, we're here for 5 games, but if Conduit cleans it up, we could have an early night here. But I think at this rate, this series can go either way, this way the first game played out.
Yeah, so that will be game 1, a 42-minute banger. I want to kind of look at the goal graph because I have to imagine that was all over the place, up and down.
We wouldn't
But-
be able to see that without
Yeah.
going to a post-game summoner screen. But
Unfortunate.
regardless, Chai dealing the most damage in that game, even out-damaging Wall Street. But what a first game that we had here tonight. And, you know, we're going to let the players take their breaks. We're going to take a break ourselves here. And we'll see you getting ready to load in for Game 2 draft. But for now, we're going to head to a break.
All right. So before we get into pick and ban, we wanted to kind of take a look at what happened last game because our wonderful producer has shown us the gold chart. And if you look, I believe that's is that 9 gold changes? Like 9 like important
One,
gold
two,
changes that
three,
occurred
4,
throughout
5,
that
6,
game?
7, 8. Yeah, nine.
9.
And it's crazy because towers, exactly. Only one inhibitor went down all game, 7 dragons, 3 barons, and you know, the Wukong damage is something that we gotta talk about because he only dealt 9k damage. Yes, he got the steals when he needed to. Yes, he was there for the engages and counter engages, but I feel like sometimes when you pick this champion, you expect him to do way more than just that little amount of damage.
Yeah, rough game for the Wukong, but we are in game 2 pick and ban, so we're going to throw it over to that right now as we see Count on the blue side and MZRY Obsidian Vice on the red side.
All right,
Bans
so that
already taken away.
yeah, I mean, so far same bans as game 1. Seraphine being taken away from Misery. It was nerfed, so you won't be seeing it as much in this like mid lane. I mean, this APC role with the infinite Q wave clear. It's more of a support pick now, which is what Riot wants to pivot it towards. I just think Riot should remove it from the game myself, but that's here nor there. Amumu banned away once again from G's with J's, by far one of his best junglers, and then the Aurelion Soul ban, not letting that be picked up on R3, but now Misery going with some more targeted bans. You know, the flex pick between the top and support of Conduit banning away that Tom Kench, Manvir's Aphelios being banned away here, and the Nocturne once again being banned away from Nation.
A lot of carries up right now. I imagine they're probably going to go 80 carry or jungle.
Now,
If
this
you want a
is
high
the right
prio with the
first pick.
Darvin. Yep.
Nation's Jarvan is something to be afraid of, if I'm being honest here. So really like seeing this first pick out of him. He's a very good Jarvan player, and he's going to facilitate his team a lot this game, and I'm excited to see him play this one out. But Skarner, he was gone for a while, but he's back again.
back,
He
baby.
is kind of the king of the jungle once again. This champ is still finding a way to be it, but Talia
Yeah.
picked up here. Very good pick into Jarvan. Kind of, yes, Jarvan can still make his way through there, but he'll be stunned up once he gets there. So good pick into Jarvan. Just has to be played correctly.
Yeah, blind picking the mid lane though, but you know, we all love a good Talia. Definitely able to really just turn team fights around.
Yeah, I mean, if you get the right flick back and everything like that, it's definitely such a powerful pick, but curious to see where Conduit's going to go, and they're hovering the Vigard right now. I'm curious if this is flexible for them on this team, if they will put it like as an APC kind of thing in the spot lane and pick something support or top here to leave that alive, but nope, they're just going to
Not
lock in
APC.
the Ashe right away.
Super strong AD carry right now. Can't go wrong with Ashe. A lot of cages from Conduit this game. Driving Cataclysm, Vigard cage. So a lot of pretty much the zone of control here coming out of Conduit.
Sorry, I was reading Twitch chat really quick as Singular Bread, the GOAT, has said something quite comical in there. But now the Xayah picked up, and I don't really like Xayah all that much into Jarvan. Yes, you can like use your ultimate to dodge the EQ combo, but if he uses Cataclysm on top of you and you ultimate, you don't get to fly over the Cataclysm. You're still stuck in the Cataclysm once you land. So yes, it's a good pick to try to avoid a lot of what Conduit is doing engage-wise, but if they trap you in, you have such a hard time playing out this game.
Yeah, there's a lot of like pylon damage coming out of Conduit as well once that Cataclysm goes down from the Vigor and the Ashe. So definitely a little tricky for the Xayah here as we see the Rakan, Gwen, Mordekaiser, and Gragas taken away here.
Yeah, I mean, just banning away the Rakan and Xayah pairing, banning away a strong solo laner that has been played here before of the Gwen, and then just banning out 2 more of Chai's very strong champions. He's kind of like a TK Gragas main, loves to play these weak side champs, but, you know, Mordekaiser, a scary champion now that you can no longer QSS his ultimate. But a Braum being hovered and locked in here, so we're going to see Braum Xayah in the bot lane, not
So
a pairing that you think of a
lane,
lot. Yes,
but
it's
not a
very safe
power lane. Yeah, I mean, and I can kind of see them taking the Braum away from the Ashe because Braum Ashe is just such an oppressive 2v2 lane.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still curious if they go something the likes of Leona. Leona Ash is like one of those
Mhm.
combos that we've known for so long. You hit a Solar Flare into an Enchanted Crystal Arrow, or vice versa. And it's also a very good non-committal engage option just because of the range you have on those two ultimates.
Mhm.
So J4 doesn't always have to force his way in on top of a Talia. We
Mhm.
do see it locked away here, exactly what I thought. And then still picking the Orin into a Braum. So still some counterplay options there for trucks on this Braum, but if
Mhm.
Try gets a good angle, we'll be able to make havoc happen with his full, wizard, go, assassin, mage, tank, carry
You name it,
shenanigans.
Ornn does it.
Yeah, or in the original Cassante.
Yeah. Oh no. Oh, they're gonna answer a Lowy.
Okay. That is a gauntlet thrown up there in the top lane to R5 the Alawi into an Orin. Narva says, hey guys, good luck. I'm just going to go 0-0-0 and take their
Mhm.
base.
Yep. Enjoy your 4v4 or 5v4. I am gonna split push.
Yeah, I mean, MZRY does have the options to mitigate some of the engage that Conduit's going to try to do, but they have more buttons than you would like to see for a style like that. So it's really going to be on MZRY to play this comp out correctly.
Mhm.
We said in game one, if we're looking at ease of execution, I favor MZRY. It's the opposite side in this one. Conduit, ease of execution on this comp is through the ceiling, and it's going to be on MZRY to do what Conduit did in that game one and get the outplays and play the comp out the way that they see it to be played. But it's not an easy task to do. We saw the gold graph, the gold swings in the game. It
Mhm.
can be hard, but if you can get a lead and stop a lot of what the enemy team is trying to do with your comp, it is just it becomes a lot easier for the side of MZRY if they get a slight/significant lead.
Yeah, you got the team fight, you got the pick potential, you got the zone of control, you got the AoE coming out of Conduit. I think it is definitely easier for Conduit in this game too. And looking at it, maybe they have some tempo here heading into this game.
Yeah, I mean, I think tempo is 100% on their side, but we've seen MZRY in this situation before just last week when they lost that base race in that first game, able to bounce back and dominate that second game. So they're kind of looking to do the same here. I just think, there's going to be a lot of the opposite of what happened in that first game. They don't have that strength bot lane 2v2 wise that they did in game one. That's the Conduit side. But, they still have they have a winning top side this time in comparison to last game. And then I think their 2v2 can be played out better with the Talia Skarner interactions where you can push people along the Talia E and stun them up that way. So definitely a lot of interesting combos coming out of here from this MZRY comp.
Yeah, we're going to start with a quick break. And when we are back, we'll see if Conduit can take us to match point or if MZRY can bounce back after what was an up and down game one for both teams. Be right back. All right, it's game 2 of this best of 5 finals for the Platinum League. Conduit leading MZRY Obsidian Vice 1-0 here, as looks like we were expecting an invade coming out of the Braum, but just a 5-point instead.
Yeah, I mean, you got to worry about Brahms level 1,
Oh,
kind
yeah.
of like the pinnacle level 1 champion. The fact that you can just stack up that passive on all 5 members and then look for a stun. You know, smart buy Conduit to play this 5-point, but I think the rest of the MZRY comp is very weak at level 1, so I don't think there's anywhere where they would go for like a straight up invade. Maybe they look for a late one for vision and scouting purposes, but straight up like 5v5 invade, I don't think was happening this game.
I do have a question for you, as you are more of a bot lane connoisseur. What are your thoughts on the 80 carries summoner spells?
I think they're backwards. I think Tortuga should have taken the cleanse this game, and that domination could have gone with the barrier this game. The only thing he's really cleansing is like the wall slam from a Skarner or a Braum stun, maybe the Xayah root, but like that just comes down to position better forehead, and
Okay.
just like there. I don't think there's any need for him to run cleanse this game. I think you
Yeah.
just run. You just run the barrier. There's a world that you could debate he could run exhaust this game just because of how low range a Xayah is, and then on top of that, if a Lowry ever gets on top of him. But I just think if he goes barrier, it's a lot safer. Tortuga's asking a lot of work of trucks this game to protect him, and a lot of hope out of his ultimates to be able to dodge these CC skill shots.
It's Ashe and Leona, so like you're double dipping basically in cleansing that crowd control, it feels like.
Yeah, I mean, I see the world where you would want to go barrier and you just think you're able to outplay it, and then you have that 2v2 power with the barrier. But I just think cleanse is just the correct option.
Narva taking a turret shot.
He's
First
dead.
blood. Holy crap, that was so fast. Double flash, blood in the top lane, but takes a turret shot. Narva, that's a rough one.
I think that lane's over. I'm not even joking. I think that lane is over at that point. I think Ornn
Holy crap.
just won the lane by getting that solo bowler at level 1.
Yeah, looking at
it
their
is
bot. Maybe not. Okay, they have the pixel brush worded.
Yeah, that is just devastating if you are
Nation could be in
Narva.
trouble, though. They know he's here. Flag drag will get him out to
Flag drag, he's
safety, though. Yeah, they won't follow him any further. Okay.
Oh, but Raven could be in trouble now, but dodges the Braum Q. We're safe. Everybody's chilling.
Yeah, no,
Wait,
looks like we
never
want
mind.
this. Tortuga force the flash. The flag and drag comes through.
Oh,
Tortuga oh no, what a great peeling. It's not going to matter. It's going to be a 2-for-1, though. Nation go down. Tortuga will drop, but 2-for-1.
I would like to officially apologize to Tortuga. The barrier came in clutch there
That
for
was
them to
sick,
be able
yeah.
to pick up 2 kills instead of maybe none if he had cleanse. But I think all in all, it favors the bot side. I don't even know who it favors at that point. You go even. The wave is pushing into you. Raven's going to do her
They gotta
best to
hold it,
hold it
yeah.
here. If okay, now this actually favors Conduit because Raven was able to hold such a huge wave for domination. It's such a big favor for them there. But I mean, the 2v2 pressure is just even larger now for Conduit to be able to just go in whenever they want now. There's no summoners onto Tortuga. There's only the summoners. Well, the only summoners left bottom lane is on trucks. So, I mean, it could be rough trying to fight into a Braum that still has exhaust and flash, but it's still such a winning play for Conduit there.
Yeah, and it's been an explosive start to this game, and what I thought would honestly be a little bit slower. Like they're scrapping early and often.
Yeah, I mean, you would think it'd be slower because you would like, oh, they have Vygar Ornn, but Ashe's level 1 is nothing to be joked about. Like, I hate her W animation on certain skins because it feels like the hitbox is not as long as the actual skill shot animation is. Luckily, he's not going Project Ashe. That is the one I see it happen with a lot. But I mean, Ashe level 1 is so strong, and then later in the game, she's just going to be such a facilitator for this Vygar to be getting out tons of damage. But they're in a lot of trouble
Dragon
here.
fight right now. Yep, Lissad gets tagged up. Shout out to our primers in the chat. Appreciate it.
Oh,
Take a little
God.
damage.
I know why they're subscribing via Twitch Prime because somebody asked me in chat to remove my shirt, and I said one button for every Twitch Prime subscription.
Oh no, we got
Chai is
two.
looking to just 1v1 Narva again.
This fight top lane. They pick up the dragon. They are winning in the top lane 1v1 right now. One horn gets dropped. Narva down to low health. So, I mean, this is not the lane that you wanted.
No, this is not what you wanted. As Narva, what are you locking that Alawi? Gotta catch my composure here. Didn't know people wanted that so bad, but
Yeah.
Narva did not want that scrap up at the
Level
top
4,
lane.
level 5, though.
Speaking
the
of
root
scrap,
comes through. Yeah, Tortuga will get the better of this trade with the level difference there, but Domination able to dish out a lot of DPS right now on that Ashe.
all right, I can't keep reading Twitch chat, but yeah, what a 1v1 by the 80 carries. That's what we love to see. Is when 80 carries say, "Hey, you want to fight?" and then they just limit test against each other, and that's exactly what happened there. But
Harrison gets tagged up, using the Jason in the baby cage to stun into the wall after the knockback. The Braum passive gets procced as well, and illicit Raven will go down, and Wall Street picks that kill up, and they'll get one. Actually, do they even get a grub? No, they don't. They don't get any grubs for that.
Not get a grub. I mean, that's just also the power of Braum in team fights like that. Also, in a river team fight, the Talia E is such a scary thing to have to deal with just because of how much space it does cover. And then there's so many walls for a Skarner to slam you into and get that big wall stun. So really well played by MZRY to know, hey, this is where we're strong. We can fight this fight and not have to worry about it because Vygar is still scaling. He also has no mana. So it's like, we can just take this fight. And a big thing to note is that he's not going for this tank build that you see sometimes on Vygars, where they go like Thimblewinter into like immediately building a death cap as their second item and just being super unkillable and still doing a ton of burst damage. Nation's just sitting in this bush for like 30 years.
On a level right now.
Down a level,
Bramble Vest, my apologies, jeez. Completed for Chai up against Narva, so a lot of that Alawi power kind of negated and just getting the better of these trades, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be really hard for Narva to...
Ornhorn's here! Yep, gonna get called.
Oh, he's got some double knockup with a double brittle proc.
The flash auto, one more walking into the bush. The ward gets there. Another solo kill up in the top lane. Flagjack comes through. Jasons will not find Nation on that play, but yeah, another 1v1 kill at top side.
I mean, Chai is
falling apart.
Chai is just running away with another game here on an Ornn this time, not an Urgot. But man, getting the double knock up, the double brittle procs, very well played by Chai there for that. And once again, just willing to burn Flash with this enemy top laner, saying, I can kill you without Flash. Don't underestimate the power of the tank assassin, bruiser, caster, mage, everything under the sun of Ornn.
Yeah, I feel like I was watching like Super Smash Bros. There, and Chai was just juggling Narva.
Yeah,
that was wild.
Yeah, shield breaking into full juggle combos, getting the sick off the stage knockdowns and everything like that. Bubble combo, fancy feet. You ain't Falco. Classic shout out if anybody knows where that comes from. But Wall Street not gonna be. Never mind, Nation going in.
Ooh, the flash doesn't connect under turret though. Harrison's gonna follow that one up. Jesus with Jason gets it though. So 2 for 1. Bit of a misplay in the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, really well. Like, I'm surprised Nation even went for that. I thought he wasn't even gonna risk doing that, but he flashes. Wall Street flashes. Derizen also flashes to get the kill onto Wall Street, and guess who's there? Jesus with Jace, who also flashes to pull Derizen back in and get that kill. So, you know, good by MZRY to be able to counterplay that one.
Yep, jungle in the right place, right time, able to turn that gank or dive around. And we see lack of summoners. 20 CS gold lead out of domination.
I mean, hey, it's so hard to play Xayah into an Ashe just because of the range discrepancy. And also, she can just kill you by just auto-attacking you and walking forward. There's no real counterplay. Like, you have route to stop her, but domination to cleanse. It works out perfectly. He can actually 1v1 the Xayah now because he doesn't get stuck in place.
Yep.
Oh man, I'm seeing Narva's health bar, and I'm like,
Oh no, Ornhorn's back up the brutal proc. Here it comes. It's gonna happen top lane. Meanwhile, we got a scrap bot. Innocent Raven in a little bit of trouble. The Leona ultimate goes down. The feathers fly, but it'll be a 1-for-1 across the map, and things go from bad to worse for Narva. Anytime Chai has the ultimate up, it is a dead Alawi in the top lane.
yeah, bad for worse for Narva, but better to great for Jesus with a J on 0-3-2 on this Skarner, and he is scaling up. He did go that hard steel build, didn't go the grasp that you do a lot of the times with it, and just forever stack that health bar and just be unkillable. Going for the aftershocks for the added resistances in the team fight, but also Wall Street is secretly getting big on this Talia. He is 2-1-2. Yes, he's down like 15 CS, but he is still getting strong. Like Drizzen is getting strong as well, getting those stacks on that phenomenally evil. We're gonna have another fight here.
Yeah, Drizzen's trying to buy some space. Chai doesn't have the ultimate, which is a pretty big cooldown not to have as well right now. Narva doing a decent amount of damage on Arisen, trying to sidestep this right now. We'll look, try back on Wall Street. Won't have enough damage quite yet. So Wall Street, another kill, 3-1-2 on the Talia, and they're going to pick up 6 grubs here. Or, sorry, 5 grubs.
Yeah, that's just the difference of not having Flash there and the team not willing to fight in that chokehold once again without the Oranhorn. But, I mean, I think they're trying to force too much on these fights. If you are Conduit, you have the CS lead in the bot lane. You shouldn't be trying to force that fight in the jungle when you know they're just rotating up there. Just let it be. Just give up the grubs. Like, Alawi is not winning in the side lane. She is getting smacked around by an Ornn. You don't have to worry about the grub push. Yes, you would want that because you're winning bot side. You'd want to trade 3 for 3 on these grubs, but sometimes the risk is not worth the reward.
Yeah. And honestly, they've been struggling the top side, but great objective control from MZRY so far this game.
Yeah, I mean, 5 grubs. I mean, we're even in gold again. So we're here with that. I mean, it's still really hard to see how this game is going to play out. Like, Jesus is insanely strong right now on the Skarner. I mean, Wall Street also really strong on this Talia. But
Battle of the tanks.
The Ornn is going to be so...
Oh, no, another knockup.
Oh, no.
Oh, he's looking for it. Oh, Leona going in as well. Tortuga forced to use the ultimate as well. As meanwhile, we're going back topside. We're going back bot, actually. 2v3. I don't know if they know if Nasion's there. Blackjack comes through. There's no ultimate for Tortuga. The dunk comes through as well. He's with Jays on, looking to peel Drizzen off of his 80 carry, but Domination will pick that one up. It'll be a 1-for-1 trade. Trucks forced to flash the flag and drag under the turret. The Leona ultimate, a double kill for Domination, looking to do a little more damage to Jesus with Jays on. So 2-for-1 overall in favor of Conduit.
Yeah, really well played by Nasion, pathing down there and sneaking into that bush for the engage. Tortuga had already burned the Xayah ultimate, so no way to get away from anything Nasion's trying to do there. And they're still looking to fight down here. I don't think they should be. Just
not much left in the gas tank, though, to really make that work.
Yeah, exactly. Just get the wave in, take the reset. Like, Domination cashed out his coal. He's chilling pretty now. Just take your resets before, you know, the rest of that bot lane gets back there. And I mean, I thought Chai was about to get another solo kill at the top lane.
Yeah.
Because we've seen this play out before. But, you know, not going to happen this time around. I'm very curious. I don't think I've ever seen an Ornn build a Thimble Winter. And it looks like Chai is going to be building one because he's had that tier in his inventory since like level 3 in lane when he bought it via the Ornn passive. But now bot lane taking a lot of damage because of the 5 grubs. Tortuga getting a 3 hit on this again.
Yeah, they're going to send the bot mid, looking to try to get Prio on this Rift Herald. Fighting up in the top side right now. Chai taking a little bit of damage from Narva, down to half health actually. So pretty big chunk before this fight starts off. I don't know if they want to get that. They have a pink in the back, walking around Jesus the Jays and Trucks, looking for this 2v2 or 2v3. My apologies. Narva walking down as well. Ornhorn is available. Talia wall comes through. Nation in a little bit of trouble. Flag drag comes through. The Ornhorn finds only the Braum. Nation flashes forward. The Braum passive gets procced, and Nation rough engage for the flash Jarvan there.
I mean, he didn't care about the engage. He stole the objective. they can't pick up the Eye of the Herald.
I actually
Yes,
didn't even catch that. Good
but it
catch,
doesn't go to the side of MZRY, which is exactly what he was aiming for in that play. The rest of his team gets out. He says, guys, trust me, I got this. I know I missed someone in game 1, but here it comes now. Gets the EQ flash in, smites the Herald away, and goes down for it. But this top lane matchup is going to be a little bit rougher now for Chai. Now that Larry does have this Black Cleaver, but he still does crazy amounts of damage onto her.
Little
And,
proc coming through.
like, look at this. She has Black Cleaver, but he's also just trading back the same amount of health in a weird way. And Wall Street getting engaged
Wall
on.
Street in a little bit of trouble. It's only Risen. The flash forward comes through. Looking to drop the ultimate, but not enough damage. They misjudged it, and they could be in trouble. Worst, Wall Street forced to walk away. The cage comes down. Jesus with Jason looking to go forward, trying to find Risen, unless they're even forced to walk back, and it will look like they will give up the life of the mid laner. Domination has returned, though. They're looking to potentially trade this. Tortuga goes into the ultimate. Neeson on the backside on massive cataclysm. Tortuga's in trouble. Trucks the next to drop, and they're going to turn this around. The only member Jesus with Jay's on to walk out. 1 for 2 again.
I don't know if anybody else saw it, but Chai went to go E in against the wall, and the Cataclysm was up, so he just hits the Dragon Cataclysm and stays perfectly still. Yes, they used the top lane turret on this play. They lost the mid lane turret, but they pick up gold where it needs to go onto Domination. There isn't. Sadly dropping to 1-4 this game, trying to flash forward to kill Wall Street, gets punished for it, but the rest of his team there to counter that play and get it. And I mean, I think the Risen is playing a little bit too loose in this game. He thinks he's stronger than he is right now. Just scale, dude. Just play back. Just scale. You're going
those
to
plays will matter.
He's
eventually.
going to the most scaling build on Vigard. He went Roa, and now he's going into a Seraphs. Like, he is not strong right now. Just wait. Your time will come. Your strength is your Ashe. Just play around your Ashe, play around your Ornn, and don't overextend by burning flash for kills that you can't get yet.
Yeah, MZRY cracked the top 2 turrets as well, so that map is really opened up for them. Losing at the mid lane prio means that it's going to be a little dicier when walking to objectives for Conduit here.
Yeah, playing for Dragon is going to be harder for Conduit just because that mid lane turret is gone. But the top lane turret breaking at this point in the game doesn't mean much because there's no grubs, there's no Herald. They're not going to take a 20-minute Baron on the side of MZRY, so you're fine with that top lane turret being the one to go down because now Risen has a free lane where he can just farm up stacks of his passive on those minions. Hell, even...
I don't know if it's free right now. Risen looks like gonna bite off a little more than he can chew. The Braum will be there as well. Wall Street 5-1-2 now. Rampage on the Talia.
Well, I
In
guess
theory, you were right.
I caster cursed at him. I've done the
I
thing.
guess so.
I did the thing. So punish there. They did use the Talia to cut him off since he doesn't have flash. It's an easy play.
Oh my gosh. Say it ain't so. The Ord Horde. Oh, the flash.
Oh, the flash!
Does he live? The Q not going to connect Chai. Looking to try to kill Dara for the 4th time, I believe, actually, in the 1v1. One more. It's so close. Narva desperately trying to kite this out, but Chai unstoppable on the Ornn. Oh, Narva's having a rough game.
Yeah, Narva having a rough 2 games to be specific. That Urgot was putting in the work on him, and now the Ornn putting in even more work against the Alawi. The R5 counter pick against this Ornn, and Chai is saying, nah, you do not counter me, and I'll show you how it's done. Literally started with that first blood, and I said, hey, this lane is over, and boy, was I right on that call. He is 2 items now on this Ornn. 5-0, a 400 gold bounty sitting on his head. I think it is going to be a rough time for MZRY to be able to kill him in these team fights.
Yeah, we got pretty big leads across the board, aside from the jungle mid duo of MZRY here. Outside of that, pretty big leads for the Ashe. Really big lead for the Ornn as well.
Yeah, and the only one who's really going to be able to kill this Ornn right now is this Talia. He has no magic resist. He's built purely for the 1v1, and she has the Leandry, so she's going to do, that percent health damage, and it's going to be really hard for him to, be able to sustain it. I'm expecting some MR to come out of him very soon. We see him magic her now.
Down as well.
Yeah.
That's scary.
I really want to note the Raven build here, going for the Locket first. I always build Locket on Leona, but I prefer going that Zeke's first item just because you're already going on the backside once you cast that ultimate. So if you get on their backline and they are unable to move, especially with the comp that you've drafted, it just feels so strong. But there's benefits to building either one. I still hope she does build that Zeke's Herald, or Zeke's whatever it's called, companion, I think it is now, and use that strong item that it is.
Yeah, and realistically though, not much of a goal difference though. 20 minutes in, kind of a repeat of game 1.
So I know last week we had fun, with the over and under for kills on certain champions and stuff like that.
Trucks is in
Oh,
trouble.
Trucks is
I
gonna
think
go
this is
down
an
here.
over on at least 1 death for Trucks here.
Yeah,
Domination
and
with the
it goes
going
to
up 5 kills in the Ash.
domination. That's very
Oh,
important.
flash! Yep, Nation jumping on Tortuga, forced to flash as well. Wall Street taking a lot of damage as well. Not quite online for Derizen yet, but starting to deal a decent amount of damage.
He's starting to get online because his Q ultimate combo popped the Seraph shield.
Yeah.
So starting to get
Getting
up
close.
there. But I was gonna give you a over under
Okay.
on the amount of Chai kills this game on the Orin.
Oh, okay.
I think it's hard to say with Orin once team fights happen,
Mhm.
but we're gonna go 8.5 kills.
Oh, see, I was thinking he'd go 8. I'm gonna say under. I think he gets 8 kills here.
Okay. I was thinking 7.5
Yeah.
is too easy line, so I wanted to push
Yeah.
it a little
Oh.
bit.
Wall Street's going in. Not gonna find anyone quite yet.
Not
Nation
the
buying
idea.
space.
Not the
Yeah,
ideal angle there for the Talia wall, but Chai's on the backside.
Oh, Chai's is walking forward, taking a lot of damage here. The Braum passive will get rocked. Chai walks out though with the help of Rizen's cage, and it's gonna reset. Does have a teleport, so look to try to get a health reset and teleport into what they're looking to be their 3rd Drake here.
I mean, yeah,
This is kind of so bad at Teamfighter's Narva right now.
it's so hard for an Alawi to team fight in general. You kind of just have to sit in a bush and be like, hey, they came into me. And it's even harder now that the map has updated and there's no longer that little pixel bush in a river that Alawis used to love to stand in. But
Yeah, Nation's down there
losing
really
all
low.
his health. He's just gonna have
Oh,
to
yeah.
look to steal and die for it if that's what the play is. But
Gonna get it.
he might just die. No,
Yeah, it's
nope, he
going to
does
lose
not
it.
die.
Illicit Raven could be in a little bit of trouble as well. The Orin comes through just to try to protect the rest of the team, and they'll walk out. 2
No one
in
goes down.
Dragons.
No one
Yeah.
goes down at the end of that play. Both teams, using a lot to make that happen. But the Dragon does go to MZRY, so we're at 2-2 on Dragons. There's a 1,000 gold lead currently for MZRY, but who knows how long that is going to last.
Yeah, I'm watching that Vigar continue to scale, but Wall Street does a lot of damage right now, so they really need to just try to fight around the strength of their Talia.
Yeah, I mean, your strength is Jesus on the Skarner and, Wall Street on this Talia. And I do want to note, Jesus did go with that Sterix build. This is the build you do go, especially if you are running, the grasp, because of the way the Sterix shield works. It's on your health pool and not like anything else. So you're able to just stack so much health with Heart Steel and Grasp that you go it, but you still go it regardless of the Grasp or not, because it is still just such a good item to synergize with that Heart Steel.
Yeah, and now that we see domination in mid lane, I'd really like for them to look for some more Ashe eras. That cooldown is a lot shorter than the Xayah cooldown, and there's no cleanse, so I feel like you could really start making some plays with the Ashe.
Yeah, I agree that they should be just ripping this Ashe ultimate all the time, like a hawk shot at the Ashe ultimate. Like, right there could have been a great angle to go for it. Yes, the Skarner was there, but you could
Even if you burn a sum,
exactly.
it's worth it.
Exactly. That's like what the whole point of an Ashe becomes at about 25 minutes in the game. It's like, I'm gonna fish for something with an ult. Let's see what we can burn off of it. If we don't burn anything, hey, great.
Back up in a minute
ult
and a
is
half.
back up in 40 seconds.
Yeah.
But if you do get something out of it, it's even better. So I'm a little upset to see Conduit not ripping just the go button like that. But I mean, they're still in a winning position, but it could change here. Truck's walking up, but gets
Their
a good
vision's
ward.
so good
So
right now.
yeah. That's one thing I do like to know about MZRY. They do play this vision game really well. They're always grouping up for vision, making sure people have the pink wards for it, making sure people have extra wards and sweepers for it. They play it really well. That's got to be shoehorned by Trucks here. You know, a veteran player on this team, been around the plat scene for so long. So really glad to see that veterancy, you know, come out in, you know, important games like this, to be able to not let the Ash plays happen that you want to see happen, because it's just not possible with the vision control that they have.
Yeah, they get mid-prio as well, so they're definitely playing the macro pretty clean. They are slightly up here, but the side lanes is going to be so hard for Narva.
I mean, even playing into
Domination could be in trouble. The flick back does connect. The Ash arrow comes through. Lishat Raven, but a 4-man Cataclysm. Derision is there as well. Tortuga going forward. The Skarn ultimate not going to connect. Nation looking to try to get away. Wall Street down so low right now. The flick back does save his life. Jesus of the Jays is dominating. Nation the only one to drop in that fight.
That is crazy that Nation is the only one to die, because the Solar Flare and Ash Ultimate both hit onto Tortuga. Both onto Tortuga,
well.
and then a 4-man Cataclysm. I am shocked to see that only Nation went down there and that wasn't a clean 4-for-0 4-con point in the game. But that's the power of Braum too. He just gets that shield up with the ultimate, and it's just hard for any damage to come through. And the beef of just the Skarner in the front line. Ash isn't really going to shred through that so easily.
Yeah. Jesus of the Jays on and Wall Street playing these fights really well right now. Just buying so much space. Domination really struggled to walk up and get auto attacks off because of that field that was dropped.
I mean, yeah, and Wall Street did get the flick onto him, but it wasn't a flick back. It was a flick to the right, so he didn't get stunned up. He was not pulled. If he was pulled into that gravity, into that stun field, I think that's just a even harder one fight for Conduit. They're just able to play forward into the fight. But because Domination doesn't go down, he is putting out a massive amount of damage. It's just not doable. But now we're seeing the control game swap to the side of Conduit as they're all fresh and resets and able to walk in. TP on both Derision and Narva, so they're both going to be playing on that side.
Yep. I mean, Derision is going to end up being a lot of their damage. I think this is actually favorable to Narva in this side lane right now.
I don't know. He's got to get pressure.
Yeah, Jesus of the Jays going in, potentially finds Chai. Ultimate not going to connect. Domination trying to walk forward right now, and the Oran Horn is there. The Braum passive gets popped. Chai pulled back with a Skarner, but there's just not enough damage to kill this unstoppable top lane Oran right now. Domination forced to flash. Really good flick back, though. Gonna land on Jesus of the Jays with the baby cage. And again, we got a scrap, but no one's dying.
Yeah, and the big thing is it's so hard for MZRY to play this fight out because Raven used a Solar Flare that would have hit onto Wall Street, so Wall Street has to flash away from it, so they're not confident in walking forward anymore. Yes, they're going to break open the base here of breaking that top turret, but... Narva.
This could be kill number 6 for the Orange. Chai now dominating 5 solo kills, I think, as Illicit Raven and Domination are caught on the wrong side of the map. The Braum passive comes through. The stun onto the back line. Domination in a 1v4. Jesus of the Jays with the flash on Derision, trying to get some damage back. A shutdown to the Zaya, and it's falling apart a little bit for Conduit.
Yeah, overextending in points they shouldn't be. Like, Domination already used flash in that fight, so he has to play as safe as Wall Street is, but they think they can do something, overextend, and get punished for it. Really well counterplay by MZRY, but the biggest punish was Narva taking that turret and dying for it. But in reality, it doesn't really matter that much. Narva goes, I'm only worth like 100 gold. Me dying to break this turret and starting to create a bigger pressure point on the map is the play that they went for.
Yeah, we're a couple kills away from that 8 to 9 point for Chai here.
Yeah, and if I win $700 tonight. So let's go with Chai, right? That was what we agreed upon, I believe.
I think I'm lagging a little bit. I'm going through a tunnel.
Okay, it seems Traxon has hit the blue screen that he foretold earlier in the night. But, you know, we do try to have a little fun here in the lulls like this. But, I mean, it's a 3,000 gold lead right now for MZRY. But it feels like this game is still on a knife's edge and could go either way. Like, right now, Soul Point is in the favor of Conduit. they're kind of losing the vision battle. Nation could be caught here, but EQ's out. Classic driving shenanigans.
Are we going to another 7 dragons?
I don't know.
It could happen. We could be. This could be a 14-2 dragon game so far.
I mean, we might be. I think we're in it for the long haul. I hope everybody, has taken proper bathroom breaks before the game so they don't miss any of the action. I hope they got snacks ready. I wish we could snack while we're doing this, but we just gotta sit here and talk through this. Chai just kind of not knowing Jesus was there was willing to 1v2 if I think Jesus even does show up. But
17
the
Orin.
Baron vision in favor of MZRY right now. Chai going back in, looking for more scraps. But yeah,
He's so tanky.
It's so hard for Narva to answer him at this point in the game. He's at Sunfire, upgraded Thornmail, and the Winter's Approach. Thimble Winter. It is fully upgraded, and now he's starting to build MR, so he'll be able to answer either side laner on the side of MZRY. Big damage from both of these mid laners onto each other.
They're getting really close to hitting those crucial abilities to go for a kill, but not quite connecting them. Just trading some damage back and forth.
Yeah, and See, the interesting thing I'm seeing here in inventory is that Domination is going for the Grievous Wounds Last Whisper item. I forget the exact name of it. The only person super healing in these fights is going to be Alawi and a little bit of, Skarner with the Serix passive and the Heartsteel procs, but otherwise nobody else is really healing. So I think he could have just gone for the LDR, but also in the counterplay to that, there's no armor being built by MZRY, so it's like 50-50 either one you go. So I can see the world where it's like I get a little bit more value out of Grievous Wounds than I do out of flat armor penetration.
Yeah, there's the age-long debate between Mortal Reminder or LDR.
Look, at least he's not going IE, because as everybody knows, Ashe cannot crit on her auto attacks. I don't know if people actually know this, but it's an actual thing because of her passive. She cannot crit on auto attacks. She can critically slow, which is the weirdest thing to say, where it increases the slow, but it doesn't do more damage. Her auto attacks will always do just the same amount of damage with crit or without.
Chai might be beating Narva just farming at this point almost. Like
it seems like it.
It's just really close.
It seems like it. We're just
no. Well, is this gonna be 6 solo kills? I don't think so quite yet. I don't think Chai has quite enough damage yet.
The big thing is Chai needs to save ultimate. He doesn't need to use it to solo kill Narva. He's just creating the pressure, procs the stairs. You have dragon spawning in 30 seconds. You do not want to use your ultimate here if you are Chai.
As well.
Yeah. Oh, no tower shot, so he's chilling.
Just the brittle procs. He might go for this. Narva's gonna pop the ultimate. Chai just walks away.
No, he's just gonna walk away. He won the trade.
He needs to do.
He won the trade. Narva is so weak for this team fight now because there is no Alawi ultimate. That is such a big play by Chai to just assert his dominance in this top lane. Literally, Chai is Thanos this game, and he's like, I am inevitable. This is the scary point of trying to walk in for vision, but since you have Ashe, you can just hawk shot, right? You don't have to commit anything. You just hawk shot, you blue trinket, you know they're on it. So it's all about finding the way to get in there.
Narva still has teleport, is up top side though. Yeah, they're gonna find Jesus with J's on. Narva's gonna teleport in the backside as well. Jesus with J's taking a decent amount of damage. Chai does have the Orin Horn, will drop that. That's coming through right now. We'll find knock up onto trucks right now. Nation looking for Tortuga. The feathers fly. The pullback comes through. Knocked up. Tortuga forced to barrier. Both 80 carries are going to go down. It's up to the mid laners. What can they do? Nation drops the ultimate, then flashes out. Walshu looking for the Q damage. Won't find it. Derisen and Illicit Raven walking away from Narva right now. Somehow, the Alawi's kind of popping off right now. Trucks flashing forward, the Braum passive stacking up an Illicit Raven right now. Does find the 1v1. Derisen picks that one up. They're walking out. Derisen trying to kite this with the cage. 2 angles right now. Derisen is spotted out. Jesus with Jason going forward. Narva as well. Derisen, no summoners. What can he do? Can he kite this one out long enough for the cage cooldown to come through? It is actually going to come up, but it's a tank. It's not going to matter. Can't get the damage on the Narva. It is an ace.
Yeah, I mean, that is just such a hard team fight to play because, the only person Domination is hitting is this front line, and Ashe is not known for her tank shredding abilities just because, as I mentioned, the auto attacks can't crit, so you can't get that bonus like shred or anything like that. because of the way Tortuga and Wall Street were playing off of vision. He had the space so far away. The only one on the backside of that fight was Chai. And yes, he did pick up Tortuga, but it didn't matter in the end just because the damage was already done to the rest of his team.
And in order to get to Wall Street and Tortuga, they have to dive
Chai?
far deep into it.
I was worried for Chai for a second, but then I remembered he's a 7-1 Ornn.
Yep,
so
pretty much full build Ornn. Really hard to kill him at this point.
I mean, I think the harder one to kill right now is Jesus with Jason for the side of Conduit. He is 7-0-10, and Hysterics proccing that fight, and it did not matter. Wait.
Okay, Chai's
opting
in for a
They're taking Baron. They're taking Baron.
Yeah, they're going for Baron for this. I mean, they don't take it super fast. Chai will go down. They might be able to turn this in time. They know what's happening. They're rushing there. They're going to lose Chai, and they're going to lose the Baron.
Because the Risen was in base and not respawned yet, that play looked so good, but it just doesn't work out the way they wanted to.
Nasion's here, though. Can Nasion get the steal? Wall Street ultimate comes through. Double wombo combo. That's going to be a dead Talia shutdown. Nasion.
This is fightable now.
Yep. Flag and
Nasion!
Nasion gets it. The Cataclysm comes through. Tortuga chopping the feathers, trying to get back. Doesn't happen. Domination trying to kite this out. The passive will proc. They're going to get the Baron. They're going to get one kill. But what's the cost? The trucks, super low health bars. Narva trying to go forward with Jesus and Jason. But Illicit Raven down to one more smack. Narva will pick that kill up on a rampage now in the top lane. But they're going to lose 2 members and the Baron.
Nasion, the hero of Conduit, once again coming up with a Baron Smite steal. This is what this man is known for. He is a clutch player and shows up when his team needs to. We thought this was going to go so south for them, but willing to sacrifice his life to steal the Baron and create momentum back for the team. This is huge. They have so much standing gold on this map. The Soul Dragon is spawning in 2 minutes, so they don't even have to worry about that. They should just be grouping up and using this, what is left of this Baron buff on their members, to start breaking structures and getting back in this game.
I think we picked the wrong over-under.
I think so as well.
Objective steals this series. Because this is crazy. This is what, like 3-4 at this rate? Maybe even 5?
Yeah, I mean, between both junglers, it's so many objectives being stolen back and forth. It's hard to count. I mean, even Tortuga secured one last game.
Yeah.
But, I mean, Derision's damage is online too. Domination and Raven got that huge pick onto Wall Street, which stopped a lot of the damage on the Baron for MZRY because Wall Street was trying to zone. You have less damage on the Baron. The only real damage hitting it was Tortuga and Narva. But regardless, it was
an arrow. Just look for it.
Yeah, I know. I don't think they kill the Skarner though. Even 3v3 with an arrow.
If you can hit Tortuga, I mean, I think you can dogpile onto him. But
yeah, I mean, throw it right now. Force the ultimate. He's recalling in the middle of the lane.
Yeah,
but they're gonna walk to bot lane, try to push that one out. Chai. It's so hard because of the way that fight played out that only 2 Baron buffs are on the side of Conduit. It's only on the Ashe and Vigar. So it's not like it's on Chai, who's in the side lane this whole time. It's on people who need to be grouped with the team. So it's a lot harder to fully execute and take advantage of this Baron. But slowly but surely they're playing this out correctly. Like, they're pushing in the side lane. The only one to respond is Tortuga. So they will break one of these outer turrets. It's just MZRY is going to look to counter engage on it right now.
Yeah, Domination will walk out just in time. Jesus with Jason looking for Nason. The Skarner ultimate comes through into the suppression, but a good Leona follow-up. Trucks, though, flashing in on the Domination. Tortuga walking forward as well. Will get that kill. Tortuga might fall next. The Risen will pick that one up, and Chai getting pushed back onto Wall Street, and we're looking for some more damage. Trucks will go next, and it's going to be 2v2 on this fight right now. Meanwhile, Alawi taking the base. No one's going to stop this. This could be game right here.
Yeah, I mean, they go 2 for 2, but I think they just lose the game.
Backs, yeah. Alyssa's going to die. Alawi's on to the last Nexus turret right now. Does have a wave. Derision trying to back, but Narva
that game
struggled really hard in the early game. The flash comes through. I don't think there's enough damage from Derizen. The teleport comes through from Wall Street as well, and they figured it out.
They learned from their Dorado series and learned how to backdoor the enemy team when they go for a play.
Yep.
I mean, it's heartbreaking when you start to mount that comeback and for it to just end like that. Like, Domination got caught out on the back end of that fight. Yes, Chai, he did get his 8 kills, so we are correct on the under for that one. But it is so hard to do anything against that Skarner, ending the game 8-0-16. What a crazy game out of Jesus with Jays in that one. And making the series very exciting for us.
And we're tied up 1-1 as we head to a quick break, and we will be back soon with Game 3 of Platinum League Finals in just a few minutes.
And we are back. We are loading in here for Game 3 draft. Game 2 went to the side of MZRY Obsidian Vice, so we are guaranteed a minimum of 4 games here tonight so far for the bands. Bread side, we are keeping them the same of the Seraphine and a Mumu. And this time, the difference is we have a Zinzao and a Viego band, and MZRY stealing the Tom Kench away from Conduit Esports. Very interesting choice here, so I'm really curious where they go with their 1 and 2 on this red side draft here. And I do need to inform Twitch chat, since people said it before, I haven't buttoned 2 of my buttons. I'll show you all in a second. But more importantly, we got MZRY Aphelios and Nation Iron. I think this is a Conduit win just already.
This is crazy. I mean, first picking Tom Kench is wild, right? Like, am I alone in that thought?
Oh, it's wild if you don't flex it, but if they flex between top and support, it's okay. I know Trux does play it. I'm not sure if Narva plays it, but the fact that we get 2 of these, we get the pick known for MZRY in his Aphelios, and then Nation's Ivern is something that's been striking fears into a lot of players recently. I'm surprised it's also open here, but now we are getting a Jinx counter pick for the scaling matchup for the side of MZRY Obsidian Vice. I'm assuming this is going to be a Jinx Tom Kench bottom lane, but you know, anything could happen.
Yeah, Tom Kench Jinx, very safe lane. We'll see what they want to round out with in the jungle. The Udyr, I assume in the jungle, but potentially go top, but I think definitely more in the jungle recently.
I mean, with a lot of his nerfs, he's not as strong in top lane as he used to be. He's not even that strong in jungle anymore. He's like a tier down from where he used to be. So I'm surprised to see it picked up here. It still does have its strength. It still does do what it needs to do, but it's a lot rougher than it used to be. But
Eric as well. Oh man.
Okay, this draft is just crazy.
For days.
I mean, I love Tarek. If this isn't a Tom Kench support and they pick any ranged support, it is so hard to play Tarek.
Yeah. I mean,
like, that is his weakness. He loses to ranged supports.
This, like, I feel like if there were ever to be an Olaf top lane game, like, this might be the game to do it.
This is it.
Yeah.
Play it mid. Like, play it mid. Just pick
Yeah.
Olaf. Like, at
Just
this
put
point.
it anywhere at this rate. Yeah.
But, I mean, so far for the Conduit draft, I think I am favoring it. I think it's really hard for MZRY to do anything into what they've picked so far. And it's on Conduit now to finish this draft out strong and then just be able to execute on it in game.
Yeah, what are you going to do? Are you going to walk at the Ivern and the Tarek?
And the Aphelios stun, and then the ultimate from... I mean MZRY's already...
Udyr has to feel offered into Ivern, right? Like,
oh yeah,
put Daisy on Udyr, and then Udyr is just like, well, it's been fun. I'll see you next game.
Yeah, I was gonna say MZRY's already having to play 5v6. Daisy is a whole champion in itself, so I mean, I think it's just hard to play Udyr in general. Like, yes, you can get to Ivern if you double E, but then what if you get stunned by Tarek or rooted by the Aphelios and then bursted? But the big thing to know is Aphelios, his build currently is like the lethality Aphelios.
Yeah, Ghostblade into Collector.
Ghostblade Collector into IE for then the damage to really start being pumped out, but it's not...
Speed's really good.
Yeah, it's... I've gotten to play with it recently. Ooh, Ari picked up. I like this, because now this gives them some form of more engage with the RE picks, but it also keeps them hyper mobile and really hard to engage on.
Skill shot, you gotta walk towards.
There isn't going to have to be looking for those flank angles and being able to get onto the backside and, you know, making the plays happen that way. I don't like the Cassiopeia. I don't like the Azir either. I'm hoping Wall Street is able to play on it. I think Azir is a very weird champion to play, but, you know, it does beat Ahri in lane with the range. It can match Aphelios range. They're just trying to play to scale on the side of MZRY Obsidian Vice and then be able to execute on late game fights, but I think it's really hard when you're playing into an Ivern and Tarek. So definitely gonna be a hard game, but it's still doable. All right,
Asante to round it out for MZRY Obsidian Vice here.
You know, get the copy pastas going. It's the Cassante. Where's the Showmaker copy pasta? I know somebody's got it saved to a clipboard somewhere and it's gonna be posted in the chat when he goes in and gets a solo kill. please do not pick this Chai. Okay. That-
Teemo hover.
I was like, I knew it was the baitest thing in the world. But yeah, I do like the Mundo pick because the only CC on the side of Misery Obsidian Vice is a knockup from Tom Kench, an Udyr stun, a flick back from like they have
Yeah.
one CC ability on every champion, so Mundo's value goes up there.
Yeah, and my concern is number one, dealing with the Mundo, right? He's just gonna kind of run you down. But Mundo can just buy so much space, but at the same time, how are you killing the Aphelios this game? Like, what's your game plan to get on the Aphelios, aside from like a Gasante flank or something crazy like that, right?
Yeah, that's what you have to be playing for. You need the Casante to get onto Aphelios and just try to one-shot him like what we know Casantes can do. But it's just, I think it is so hard for Misery to play in this comp. We said that last game and they were able to execute on it, so I wouldn't be shocked to see him do it again here. But I think it's so much harder now with these super supportive picks that Conduit has pulled out here.
Yeah, so looking at this game or series state, heading into game 3 tied up 1-1, who after draft do you feel is going to walk away with a 2-1?
Conduit.
Conduit? Okay.
Yeah. I mean,
Okay.
you give somebody their main and you are like perform on it, because if you don't, it's such a mental breaking point
Yeah,
that
yeah.
like Conduit has to win this game. I feel like otherwise it's going to be really hard for them to bounce back from it.
All right, fair enough. Well, we're going to see who is going to walk away with this game 3 win in a few minutes here. We're going to throw through a spectator break, and when we are back, we'll see who can take a leg up on the series. All right, we are into game 3. Conduit and MZRY tied 1 game apiece in Platinum Finals. Best of 5 Fearless draft. So this is the last game with all 5 bands. Game 4 will have 3. And yeah, Dora's
Yeah,
getting a little excited.
I was about to say that
ran out of fountain. Yeah.
Yeah, I was about to make a note of that, but he recalls and buys the items just in time. Other thing to note is that the Udyr, which was the Jason, did not go with a pot, so he could hit a first item sooner than Nation on the Ivern. But since he is Ivern, he's going to build support items. They're like 2,300 gold, the ones that he wants to buy.
Yep.
So doesn't really matter all that much in it all. Only other thing really to note here is that the mid lane of summoner, not summoner spells, rune keystone choices. We have the arcane comment on the Ahri looking for that lane power that it brings, and then the lethal tempo on Azir looking to scale up in team fights and be dealing out damage that way.
Chai is smacking Narva with those Qs already.
Yeah, Narvin not going to be able to probably split push his team to a win this one after getting smacked around in the top lane. I said probably. We can be shocked. Exactly. But, you know, Chai going to try to assert his dominance again up in this top lane on the Mundo this time around. But, you know, it's going to be a slow early game. Nasia going to take a while to get on the map on that Ivern, having to do some interesting pathing here. You know, Ivern passive, he can't actually damage camps. He befriends them. So he's going to, you know, sacrifice his mana and his HP to start channeling that to be able to full clear them. Once it's fully channeled, you can smite it to do it faster. But, you know, it gives him a weirder clear path timer and, you know, easy to invade against an Ivern, considering how much he has to sacrifice to be able to take these camps. But he props his whole top side, goes down, gets on the blue, smites it, and then starts getting his bot side camps. So clear the top side ones, and then go back to bot side to finish clearing.
Fun times playing Ivern jungle.
I mean, I remember there was a time where like the Ivern tech was how fast can you proc your camps into rotating back up to take them. It was the Ivern techs were actually just crazy to watch. That people were like, oh, if you hit the blast cone and you cue your wolves and do this, that, and the other thing, it shaves all seconds. Somebody actually did it. It's like it's actually saves 0 time. It doesn't matter how you do that stuff. So the Ivern aficionados come out with some crazy ways to accelerate his clear speed, but it's still relatively fast when you think about it. You can see that the red buff hasn't even been taken here for G's with Jason, and Nation's about to finish his full clear for the Scuttle Crab and have a smite up.
Yeah, pretty quick Ivern clear coming out of Nation so far, and really that's the only action we've got so far in game 3. It's pretty even across the board in CS for these lanes, so.
Yeah, I mean, Chai's starting to build up an advantage here in the top lane. You know, Narva got a quick crash of the wave, reset, bought boots, but it cost him a whole wave at this point that Chai is going to be up, so he's hoping to be able to use that to his advantage to bounce back and start picking up the CS that way. Bot Scuttle goes to Nation, he resets, and again, potentially mid here.
Yeah, Ahri. Terrorism might have to flash here. Down, yeah. Gonna come out. Good gank, though, from G's the Jason, finding that onto Derazin.
Yeah, I mean, also interesting to note that G's with Jason did not go ghost on this Udyr that we see a lot of times to have that sticking power. Choosing to go flash to be able to get that flash bear slap and be able to get an engage going
Walking
that
up
way.
Top side. We'll have a ward in the Pixel Brush, so Chai will walk away, but Wave's kind of in a precarious spot for Chai right now. Narva looking to try to freeze it over there.
Yeah, and Nation isn't even topside to bail out his top laner. He is on the spot side, looking to invade an Udyr right now. You can do it on Ivern just because of, you know, once you proc the passive on a camp and starts channeling, you smite it to take it. But getting a deep ward and getting ready to set up for this first dragon spawn of the game, that being the Ocean Dragon, Chai would love that up in this top lane if he could get that.
Yeah, so you will get the crash at least. Get the bounce back.
All right, TP mid here out of Wall Street. Like we said, no real action happening, but Dragon being started up here by the side of Conduit. It's a Ocean stronger laning power Dragon, gives you that HP regen. A champion like Mundo would love that up in the top lane. and it can let you trade a little bit more aggressively because you have that bonus regen in
Yeah.
your back pocket at the end of the day.
Yep, and scaling mid laner, right? For MZRY here, and both bot lanes scaling, and really defensive bot lanes as well. So probably not a lot of scrapping going to happen on the bot side of the map. And I say that, but you
never know.
there's gonna be like 10 kills in about 6 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, I remember last week we got to cast the Trucks Tom Kench, and he went with a Heartsteel as his first item.
Oh yeah.
So curious to see if he will go that again this one. But that could be a little scary into a full lethality Aphelios, just if he gets the chunk on you.
Oh yeah.
But no, like we said, no real action happening.
Trucks
But
could be in
Derision,
trouble though. Derision, yep, the charm gets flashed, so Trucks will stay alive, but does lose the summoner.
I was about to say Derision is level 6, so there could be a play there, and Trucks immediately has to flash it. But now Tortuga alone in this.
Tortuga could get dove, yeah. Solo bot side.
This is something we saw last time when Trucks was on this Tom Kench, always roaming up to that mid lane and leaving Tortuga in precarious situations.
No.
Speaking of precarious
Tortuga's in all sorts of trouble. Fails the flash. First blood over to domination. Trucks in trouble as well. Illicit Raven will look to take that one up. Just kidding. They're going to swap it over to Nation. They're looking for it. The stun comes through. They're all swapping turret aggro. Illicit Raven will pick that kill up.
Perfectly.
Yeah.
Really well played by Conduit there. Trucks having to burn that flash earlier, and then it leaves Tortuga in a really bad spot to get dove. Tortuga burns both summoners, fails the flash, and still goes down. And big thing to note is the only summoner spell that Conduit uses is the flash on Raven to not die to turret. So this is possible to do again. We have everything up on Domination, who's got that first gold blood, and has a Cole stacking up, getting ready to cast that one out eventually. And Nation didn't even burn flash. There wasn't even level 6 for that, so that they could have had a 4th unit there to juggle tower aggro.
Yeah, Jesus with Jason shown on mid lane just to keep Wall Street safe, as that charm did connect. No kill pressure at the moment with the jungler there.
Yeah, I mean,
and speaking of jungles, they have consistently really warded the bot side of MZRY's jungle here. Like, there's such a high value pink ward.
Yeah, Conduit knows where their bread is buttered this game, and that is with Domination on his pick in this Aphelios. I did get to play with Domination in his first split in comp, and even then, his Aphelios was something that teams were afraid of. His other champion, sadly, Riot had to update it, so disabled for all the playoffs of BOL. His Swain was another one of those champions that just had to have respect against, but a plat player who can play Aphelios and play it well enough where it is has to be banned, or you have to have a way to beat it, is something to be worried about, because this is a hard champ to execute on, and it's also learning the correct gun rotations, which is a skill in itself. And trust me, I don't have that one.
Trucks is stunned up, chompers go down, but what is it going to do? Domination does take the zap, so the slow is enough to prevent some kills going over to them.
Yeah, and Nation just a little bit too far away from that play for when it starts. If he was there, I think that is just a kill on Trucks, but being a little bit slower on this Ivern, it's right now hard to get in there. But try Narva just slapping around up here. Narva got the Siesta advantage back in his favor, though.
Yeah. It's close, though.
I mean,
not too crazy.
All in all, we got a pretty boring game here. Just in the early game with that little bit of action. But another trade up here on the top side. Now we're going to take a tower shot. Nothing really to come out of this one. Both teams just, really wanting to scale up, because whoever wins this game puts it onto match point. So there is a lot of pressure in this game when it comes down to it, especially with only first phase bans being a thing next one. So that's when you want to start pinching pools and looking for, what pick can I get that's going to push us to that point and give us the advantage and put it on match point. So teams not wanting to overextend and make that small mistake that could cost them, but it comes to a point where you have to be willing to make that play, because the longer games go, the longer death timers get, and a lot scarier it is to take those team fights.
I mean, taking a look at the Just kidding. I mean, it's a stun. In the Chompers, he will walk back into Chomper, so Illicit Raven will take a decent amount of help from Tortuga and Trucks.
I mean, yeah. I mean,
We'll find Nation though. Risen is in the area. Wall Street dashing forward, looking to try to finish off Nation. The flashboard comes through. Chai first on the rotate. Jinx Tracker goes wide. Nation on the wrong side. Narva flashing forward. Won't find the knockup. So close. It's so tanky for the Iver. The shields are there. Wall Street forced to flash out. It will be 1 kill. Going over
That-
the Udio.
That play just lasted
took
forever.
forever.
I thought Nation
I was
was
getting
getting out
tired.
there for a second. I was like, oh, Nation just walks away from this one.
Doesn't die.
But yeah, no, it does end up going down in the end. Sadly, they can't pick up that kill on the backside
Grubs,
on
too.
Wall Street. Grubs, yeah, does go down to the side of MZRY on this first one. But Truck's in a awkward spot, but does just stun, able to get out of that one. So, win on for MZRY on that play, but it almost turned sideways really quickly there.
Yeah. He doesn't have a ton of damage yet. I mean, Chai needs a couple items to actually start doing damage.
Oh, they're TPing in
There's
on
a
the Chai.
teleport, too, coming in. Yeah, Chai. Looking to try to run out. Pops the ultimate. The shuffle comes through. Can't dodge that. Chai's in a little bit of trouble trying to heal up right now. They're trying to do the damage. It's going to be one of those fights. Chai's trying to walk away. These are the Jasons going forward. Does have the flash. Doesn't need to use it. Picks up the second kill on the Udyr. They're going to trade it for second Drake, though, for Conduit.
I think we're gonna get to a point where they are gonna look for these plays and they're just not gonna be able to kill them.
Yeah.
Like
it's
Nation
too
lives for
tanky.
so long, and now Chai lives for so long up on that top side. It's like it's gonna get scary once Nation starts getting these supportive items online and Chai just starts stacking up that health. It's gonna be really hard for the comp to play out for MZRY.
And interesting, no one's really playing too hard to bot lane. And speaking of interesting, Domination going with the Collector first, not the Ghost Blade, but the Charm onto Tortuga. Oh, they're so dead. This bot lane is way too deep. Domination looking for the kill. Tortuga going forward. Domination will step on the traps, but second kill for the Aphelios there. And Wall Street gets charmed up and stunned as well. Does have the dash trying to get to safety, but don't know if there's enough of a chase down there. Wall Street really nowhere to go. The charm does connect. The stun follow-up. 2 more kills.
I think it was the Risen.
An overstep.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen both sides of going Collector or Ghost Blade first, so I'm not really shocked that he goes Collector first. It just gives you that power of that execute range, especially if you get a big like ultimate with the blue gun. I'm not even gonna act like I know the names. I know some of them. I know Gravitum, Severum, Chakram.
I think you're looking for Infernum, right?
Infernum, yes, that's the blue one.
Yeah.
And then there's the snipey one. I don't even know what that one is called. But regardless, I'm like, hey, that one hits from long range. He's like Caitlyn when he has that. That's how my brain works. But yeah, I've seen both, and he's gonna go Ghostblade second, and then into that IE like we said before, and then that's when he's gonna become a real threat. But Nation now picking up that redemption, and then he's probably gonna go into, if I had to guess, Staff of Overflowing Water, and then Ardent Sensor, or opposite order. But Conduit Comp's starting to come online here with these item breakpoints. I mean,
the gold is on the carries for them as well, so they're looking good.
yeah, I mean, yeah, the gold is on the right champions here, but like the MZRY comp is also coming online. Tortuga on that Jinx now has that Yuntal, that newly buffed Yuntal, the whole new crit changes and everything, and like the attack speed hits and craziness. You got the Nashor's Tooth for Wall Street on the Azir, and then the Lianches was picked up very early by G's with the Jays, thanks to picking up those early 2 kills. But now Chai's got that Warmogs, and I don't know how they beat him in the side lane at this point.
Yeah. Mundo gonna go where he pleases.
Exactly. And then picked up
He's
here.
beating down Narva in the top lane. Narva doesn't care though. Narva's just gonna take the turret. Nation looking for it. I mean, Chai's starting to do a little bit of damage now. It looks like Nation gets the root. Chai going forward. Narva trying to get out of this one, but running the wrong way. Good
He's looking to-
knockback though.
he's
The
trying to
dash
break
comes
someone over the
through.
wall.
Yeah. He's sidestepping. He's
It doesn't matter.
all out comes through. I mean,
It doesn't matter.
unique pathing.
He was trying to get somebody to ult them out over the wall, but the way that Nation and Shai just said, "Hey, stay away from the wall. We'll be fine," worked out perfectly. But I was gonna say, you know, Truck's not going towards.
Wall Street? Okay, we're good.
All right. Truck's not going towards that heart steal that he did that game. It looks like he's either going Locket or Knight's Vow first item tier. And Raven scaling up has that tier early purchase, getting ready to purchase that build into that Thimble Winter, while already on the Locket is very, very strong point for this Tarek.
Yeah, they're teleported up in the top side, so Narva really trying to protect that turret, but oh no, Wall Street's in all sorts of trouble. There's finds the solo kill bot lane in the 1v1 on the mid laner.
Yeah, I mean, with Auto Talk earlier tonight, there isn't, even in the content said this is going to be a hard matchup for him, but in Auto Talk, he said he wasn't going to die this series, and it took him until Game 3 for that prophecy to come true, because he has not died yet this game after being focused out in Games 1 and 2, but all in all, this Conduit comp is online and rolling early, which is really scary to see.
Yeah. Especially with domination on the Aphelios here.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at it, I'm not sure. It's so hard for this MZRY comp to get the engage they're looking for. Like, it's like, once again, it's kind of similar to the Conduit comp that we saw in Game 1. It's, we got to run at you in a straight line to get our initiation. And with Ari Charm, stuns by Tarek, stuns by Aphelios, you know, the roots by an Ivern, and the slows from a Mundo, it's just really hard.
Tortuga gets caught, risen over the wall, Trucks eats the 80 carry. Narva going forward, though, no one able to touch domination, just like we talked about. Wall Street going forward, the shuffle doesn't find the right targets. Domination just dealing damage on the backside on a killing spree. Jinx the first to go. Trucks force the flash use with Jason. Unstoppable, so won't get caught there, but they're going to take turret. Actually gets smited, I think. They keep it alive a little longer, but Nation's going to die here, taking up turret. Usually Jason will get that kill.
I don't know how he was still in turret range there, but yeah.
He was deep, apparently.
They saved the turret there, but I was going to say that fight went so south, so sideways, because Tortuga had to get eaten by Tom Kent, so not able to put out any damage. And domination, you know the saying, it's as classic as ever, red, white, don't fight, and that is exactly what they did do.
Them all, and 3 kills now on the Ahri.
Yeah, I mean, domination was on red, white when that fight broke out, and was just unkillable.
Red and white don't fight.
Exactly. The Severum Chakram combo is as classic as peanut butter and jelly, and it just is what he is known for. And I mean, Nation kind of trolled his team a little bit there, died to the turret, but it is, you know, paid over by
taking it in, and I think I got smited and died. That's what I think happened. Popped out, had aggro, didn't quite realize it, and then just took a couple turret shots.
Yeah, but then I thought he walked out of turret range, and apparently he didn't, and then walked back forward and just died. But yeah, regardless, the dragon is gonna go over to Conduit, and that puts them on sole point. We might not have to wait for 7 dragons.
This might not be a 7-game dragon game.
Yeah.
This might be one of our faster games so far. I mean, it's only 2K really separating these two teams, but it feels like the lead is a lot bigger right now for them.
Yeah, the way momentum feels, it definitely feels in the favor of Conduit. The first turret bounty going over when Narva took that top lane turret is what's really keeping this gold as close as it is in this game.
Yeah.
But it doesn't, the gold is on Narva and G's with J's, while the gold for Conduit is on the Risen and on Domination. And now Chai's just going to take this turret here. And it's looking good for Conduit in this game number 3.
Yeah, it really is. They are 1 dragon away from Mountain Soul on Chai, by the way, and the rest of their team with Nation and Illicit Raven fielding and healing. Pretty potent. And 1 game away from match point.
I thought Chai was about to start running down Narva there.
He was thinking about it, I think.
He hit a Q, and I was like, all right, he's just going to do it.
Yeah, I was like, is he going for it? Not quite. I mean, it is super tank Cassante, right? Like Iceborne Gauntlet, Plate Steel Caps, Warden Spell, Bramble Vest. So it's really hard to kill him at the moment. But I mean, it is Mundo.
Yeah.
Just cleave you to death.
Exactly, and the next point on the map to be setting up for is Baron. Yes, it just spawned at 20 minutes, but you have Daisy, Iron shielding, Taric healing, Mundo to tank it. It is doable for Conduit to burn this super early, but then also on the flip side, they can just play it slow, look to secure themselves a Mountain Soul on 4 Dragons, not even giving one over, and then play 4 Baron play. So both are possible. We're probably going to hit a point in this game where it's going to be slow again, waiting for that dragon to spawn up. I say that Derizen loses about half his life to Wall Street in the top lane.
Finally get the better of that trade. Almost 2 items on the Azir, working towards that.
Interesting. Ari is choosing to go towards a Leandries as her second item. Not something I see all too often. I'm not sure if this is the correct path to be going, but I guess it kind of makes sense. You do have the Tom Kench, the Udyr, and Cassante who are all building health and being tankier that way, so it makes sense to build that, you know, health burn item. Oh,
Wall Street could be in trouble. I mean, Nation doesn't do any damage, so
he did not go the
not
Nash's
too much
Tooth.
trouble.
He didn't go Leandry's Nash's Tooth top lane Iron build. You're correct. He does no damage. I mean, but Iron is online. He didn't call out Daisy. That's the damage, is Daisy. But he has Redemption and he has Moonstone now. So really scary Iron at this point in the game, unironically.
And Narva is struggling, losing the battle to Chai down this bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, it's been the story the whole series of Narva struggling against Chai in this top bot, whatever lane they're in, just having a rough time. I mean, he made it work in that last game, getting that split push off and winning the game for his team, but he's not on a champ that can do that this game. He's gonna have to look for the team fights with his team, or even try to solo kill Chai, but it doesn't look like that's even possible at this point.
Battle of attrition. He just throws Q and walks away. What is Narva gonna do?
I mean, you got a minute 30 on. I mean, there's nothing to talk about at this top lane. They're just they're both gonna do the most damage in this game, and it's because they keep fighting each other.
Yeah, that's how it goes.
But a minute 20 until Soul Dragon spawns onto the map for Conduit. They are going to look to heavy prio this. I also just wouldn't be shocked if they say, hey, give over 1 dragon, we're going to take Baron, right? That is a fully valid play that they could do, but I think knowing this team and knowing these players all too well, they are going to fight at this dragon, whether it means life or death in this game.
Yeah, and Chai is just tanking 3 turret shots, doesn't care about side,
He's going to regen. He's got
yeah, Narva is struggling in the side lane right now. I'm calling in Tortuga to try to help.
Oh my god, that Demolish proc did half of that turret's HP.
Yeah.
That was
Red lane, split push, Chai on the Mundo, gonna be
They don't even have grubs.
It's gonna terrorize them. Yeah. Imagine it. Oh man, they did. Use of the chase on does get stunned. Nation a little far out, does have to flash. So big summoner.
I'm surprised he flashed at all, if I'm being honest there. I don't think he needed to.
Maybe a respect flash. Just doesn't want to die before the Drake. That is Soul, right?
Oh, Wall Street not winning that trade right there.
It's just Chai's just hanging out, fighting things in front of Tortuga.
Chaz just having the time. Oh,
Derizen
Wall
flashing
Street.
forward. Wall Street's in a lot of trouble. The dash comes through. Derizen, couple charges on the ultimate. Won't need all of them. Gets the kill. Has teleport. Will teleport in. This is Mountain Soul for them.
And more importantly, domination is once again on red and white.
Yep. Just frontlining at this point. No one's able to stop him. Udyr does have flash. Maybe they're looking for it. Chai gonna frontline by a little space, trying to get mid prio at the moment. And it's just 2 members fighting it, fighting a Drake. Narva goes forward, gets stunned. Chai just frontlining. Narva forced to flash out. They have the inside track on this. Tortuga going forward though. Domination does miss the ultimate. Yep, will still kill Chucks. Chai chasing down Narva. I think it's too little. I think it's too late. The Jinx rocket goes wide. The Zap does connect. Juice of the J is going in. Can he be the hero? He gets it! Oh my god, another steal. It's a triple kill for the Aphelios, but Jesus with Jays saves the team temporarily. They are running Baron with 5 members strong, 3 down on the side of MZRY, but holy hell, we have another objective steal.
I mean, I just watched Trucks get collected in that fight. He was at half health and then died. I mean, Domination didn't even go Ghostblade's second item. He's just straight collector into IE and just
crit. Doesn't need it.
Crazy amount of damage. But yes, Jesus with Jays got the steal on the Soul Dragon, but it cost his team the Baron.
Yeah.
And Drizzt having to ult there, worried about the Flag and Drag.
Oh, Tortuga's in trouble. Gets charmed up under the turret. Garrison flexing on MZRY right now. This Ahri has just been really well executed in this game.
Yeah, the Risen showed up this game. 5-0-5 on this Ahri. This is looking really hard here for MZRY to come back into this one. Conduit just dominating this game so far.
Wow. Well, this is a gold lead large enough to close the game out, I think. We're kind of getting to that point. About 6,000.
I'm not trusting anything in this series. I'm gonna be 100%
It's
honest.
13-3.
I don't care. Don't care.
All right.
The only thing
It
I
is
care
2-2
about,
in turrets, which is still crazy to me.
yeah, the only thing I do care about is using your Twitch Prime to subscribe to Blue Honor League. Anyway, like you said, it is 2-2 in turrets, so a lot of standing gold on the map for both squads. But now that Baron buff is on Conduit, they're going to start breaking down these turrets. You see the first one go down up in this top side. They're trying to push it in this mid lane, but we saw this last game where they get a little separated and could cost them. But
You see
Tortuga
the chunk on Tortuga?
very close
That's
to being
half his
collected.
health there. Oh,
I think if
no.
another Q hits with the Infernum,
Yeah.
Tortuga just gets collected.
Yep, that's a dead jinx potentially.
Yeah,
I mean, it's not even 2-item jinx right now. It's almost a 3-item Aphelios. Like the gap between the AD carries and gold is crazy at the moment.
So they tried to smite the cannon there, and they smited Aphelios. So the
Oh,
cannon got to still take the turret. So that's a feels bad moment where you're like, all right, cool. They can't take the turret, and then it's like, nope, I missmited and I hit the Aphelios.
You think that's because of the smite forgiveness
I was
changes?
about to
Yeah.
say it's the smite forgiveness
so
changes
sad.
coming in clutch there. But another turret, that's 3 turrets now on this
It's a big
Baron
Baron
going
power
down.
play. It's 8K. I mean, surely you have to agree this is enough of a gold lead,
Oh,
right?
no,
The
Wall Street's
Shimmer
dead.
Shuffle goes wide. Charm does connect. Aphelios gets another kill. 7-0-2 Godlike on their pick.
I mean, Conduit just took 6 turrets, or 5 turrets with this push.
Yeah,
Oh, no.
it's 11,000 gold right now. Forced to flash out. Jesus with Jason.
Chai's
That.
just solo
Defensively
killing
feels
Larva?
really bad. Yep. I mean, Chai can't be stopped. 2 levels up in the top
Oh,
lane.
God.
Mundo's online at this point. Domination almost one-shotting Tortuga again. Clearly, if Tortuga walks up, he dies here.
You know what? I think I agree with you. I think this is enough of a goal lead to close up the
All
game
right.
at this point, because the base is broken now already
Yep.
on one
On
Baron
2
push.
sides at the moment. Yep. Yeah, this
On
is
all
the
3
third.
sides. This
Yep,
is going to be
the third
triple
one, yeah.
inhib.
Yep, triple inhib. 28 minutes. This is by far the most decisive one. I don't think I've ever seen that animation of Mundo just head smacking.
Oh, no, that's a great animation where
I
you
don't
just
think
head
I've ever
smacks
seen
any
that.
objective. It's great. I love it.
That's funny.
Sadly, Chai is not going the best Mundo skin, which is the TPA Mundo for the bonk sound to hit people with the cleaver. Most satisfying noise in the game besides the Jax TPA skin when you're slapping turrets for that nice bonk sound.
True.
But it's basically over at this point, right? The only way MZRY really comes back into this one is if Conduit messes it up, just because they have no, like, what is the engage on MZRY? It's a Tom Kenchel, it's a Shurima Shuffle, or it's an Udyr running at you with the amount of CC and slow control that Conduit has. It's impossible for Jesus to get these engages.
Yeah, they've all reset as well. So this next mountain, honestly, they don't even need mountain. They could
I
just
think they
walk
just
into the
end.
base. Yeah.
You have double super minions in each wave. Narva just losing a quarter of his health already.
Oh boy,
It's just-
half health with 2 cleavers.
I mean, and they're gonna fight for Dragon anyway, right?
Oh yeah, I
It's-
mean, yeah.
it's what they do. I mean, I don't like it. It's not needed, but it's what
I
they're
mean,
gonna
you
do.
know, cross your T's, dot your I's. They're going in on the Chai, but I think Chai is dealing with all the flash. Charm comes through out of the Aura. Tortuga's saved, but Narva unstoppable. Derizen will take that one down. The
Oh, the
flash from
flash.
Alyssa Raven. Tortuga in all sorts of trouble, but there's no follow-up damage. Terex is beating him down in a 1v2 against the bot lane right now. Wall Street the next to drop. Jesus with Jason getting chased down by the Mundo. I don't even know where Felius and Ivan are. They're just hanging out, taking
don't
the
care.
dragon. We're losing 5v3 right now. First Nexus turret drops. The second Nexus turret, and Conduit shows up big in game 3, smacking it down MZRY.
And now that is match point for Conduit Revelation. They are going to look to close this out in 4 games. They got their signature picks. They showed up on them, and they are making a point saying, we are just better the way they dominated this game.
Yeah, this felt like a statement game coming out of Conduit here. And really smart draft. I mean, they got what they wanted. They played it really well. Pretty much, it felt like every lane kind of won.
Yeah.
So just from the start, it was a really uphill battle for MZRY, and kind of want to go back to that B1 Tom Kench pick and say
Hey.
maybe that wasn't the play.
I called
I
it.
don't know.
Mundo did the most damage in that game from just slapping Cassante all laning phase.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, no one could stop him.
Yeah, I mean, just look at that gold graph. It was just domination besides one hiccup for the side of Conduit. But teams are going to be taking a break here. We're going to be doing the same as we get ready for Game 4 and match point for Conduit Revelation. We'll see you soon.
We are back into game 4 where Conduit last game took a 2-1 lead over MZRY Obsidian Vice. They are on match point. We are Fearless Draft, so they only have 3 bans. So the power picks kind of starting to come through in game 4 and game 5 here. What are you looking for here specifically, Chong?
First pick, hopefully a jungle here for Nation. I'm hoping like Xin Zhao or Vi out of him. Since the Nocturne is still banned, I think jungle is kind of where you want to start focusing your first pick towards in a fearless draft, just because it feels like the effective jungler pool is so small, just because of how Riot likes to nerf every jungler in existence, and a lot of comp players aren't wanting to play like those super carry hard jungles that are like really strong, like Kindreds or Elises or stuff like this. So I like to see something like that for Nation here. But a Mumu being banned from
Mumu
Obsidian
does
Vice.
not slip through.
Yeah, they were not willing to give that one over. So I'm curious what the first pick actually is here. And it's okay. Caitlyn, super strong AD carry.
Oh
Super strong.
I'm actually surprised it went this deep in the draft. Or in the series,
I mean, yeah, I agree, but it seems like, the prior was on these other really strong AD carries, specifically like the Corki in that first game. I'm surprised we didn't see it in the second game with the Xayah being picked up over the Caitlyn. I mean, it's a lot harder to play Caitlyn lanes out, right? You inherently, you want to only play for this Caitlyn, trying to get that CS lead and that plate lead and trying to take that first turret by like 15 minutes is the ideal goal. But now, Seraphine, Sejuani pick up for the side of MZRY. I think that's a very strong 1-2 pairing to pick up right there.
Yeah, and Renekton's up, I think. I'm pretty sure. We have like a whole lot of picks still available for them to go top side melee matchup.
I mean, Silas is still available. Renekton is available. Any melee top laner is available. Like Darius.
Shen's available. People tend to like to play Shen. Mordekaiser.
Darius is another really good one.
Lilia hover. Lilia lock in as well. Okay.
So this champ has been nerfed a lot. Recently nerfed again. Still does what you want, right? Still can get that big 5-man sleep. I will be very critical on the Lilia as a former Lilia main when I used to play jungle. This is was my jungler when I was playing in comp as a jungler. It was getting banned away. So it's not the easiest champion to execute on, just because you have to get so close to the enemy team to be effective. But if you get the slightest lead, she can snowball so quickly. And it's just such a hard thing to deal with, especially without the proper lockdown tools for her. Like, one that comes to mind is like Jarvan, because all you got to do is get her in the Cataclysm, and then if she doesn't have flash, she doesn't get to do anything. But it's a lot harder with the picks that MZRY has locked in here, so I'm curious where they go.
Oh, is that a Seraphine Karma bot lane?
I hope not, because where is the damage for this MZRY comp, right? Like I said,
surely if we were to pick Olaf.
This is the Olaf game. This is the Olaf game.
Surely.
This is the Olaf game.
I mean, I feel like Aatrox wouldn't be too bad here. My only Renekton, yeah.
All right.
Renekton Sejuani, really good combo here.
Yeah. Yeah. But like the thing I was saying is like Seraphine was recently nerfed this patch, doesn't do as much Q damage as you do, so the build is now that more supportive Moonstone staff build that was popping up for a while. It's the build go-to for her now. So the solo laners for MZRY have to be like the damage, right? It's got to be like Sejuani and Silas is like your go-to, and especially Silas. Alistair's up. Silas, you think
Silas
what ultimates are the best?
So it's like, good double melee as well.
Exactly.
Oh, gosh.
When you name Silas ultimates, you're like, what are the best ones? It's like, okay, Malphite ult, obviously. Gnar ult, obviously. Alistair ult, obviously. You get to just be so tanky. You cleanse whatever is stunning you, and you just get to go ham on the back line. So I like this pick. I like this Cassiopeia pick a lot, actually. Because once again, what is MZRY going to do to engage? They're going to run at you in a straight line. And what does Cassiopeia do? Feast on anything running at her in a straight line, staring at her. That the petrifying gaze is crazy.
As well.
The Gragas, I like the Gragas for try here. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Please just lock it in. There's nothing even to consider here. Just lock it in, Wall Street.
We're in.
There we go. Hey, I called it. It is the Silas pick, as I had foretold and I had fortuitously seen. But Silas can struggle into the Cassiopeia matchup. could be a little bit rough for him. You can't use the E to, dash around and look for the angles if you're on the miasma. But if Silas, plays around it correctly, he can get onto Cassiopeia and cause a lot of threat onto her.
Yeah, so we have these drafts completed. It is game 4. Looking at both teams here, what are you thinking?
I think our producer, Mr. Caddy, is going to get to have a nice early night. I think Conduit's going to close it out with this game.
All right. I feel if there was any other champion, maybe other than Renekton, there's a possibility, like if it was, for example, like an Olaf, like we've been talking about, you can just run them down. And there's not much that you can do against the Olaf. But I feel like maybe not quite enough damage coming out of the Renekton Silas. Maybe we needed something more out of the jungle. My concern would be getting through the counter engage that Conduit has and getting on to kill these carries without getting blown up yourself. So I guess we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to be harder on MZRY just because you do have the counter engage options that you have with a Cassiopeia and a Gragas on the side of Conduit. But that also means, like, the engage on Conduit is less, right? It's an Alistair headbutt combo, it's a Lilia getting a big sleep, or a big Gragas cask. The engage on the side of MZRY is better with the Sejuani, with a Seraphine over top of your 2 melee carries. So there's pros and cons to both drafts, but I mean, after what we just saw last game, I'm going to put my stock into the Conduit camp.
All right. We're going to see if Conduit can, I believe, 4-peat, or if MZRY will take us to Silver Scribes in a game 5. In just a few minutes, we will be right back after spectator delay.
And we are back for game number 4 of the Platinum League Finals. We are having Conduit on the red side and MZRY on... Sorry, Conduit's blue, MZRY is red. And looking over these drafts, you know, we were kind of talking in the, you know, the in between about the jungle pick here, or even a solo lane pick. We would like to see Olaf on the side of MZRY, maybe even a Xin Zhao jungle over the Sejuani. But, you know, if they're gonna do it, it's got to be on a comp like this, right? You have all the tools in your pocket to get a win here, to set it up to Silver Scrapes in that game 5, but it just feels so hard to play into this Conduit comp that they drafted. Their coach doing a lot of good work for them over there with this draft that they've cooked up, and I kind of just favor Conduit in this one.
Yeah, and shout out to Risen Esports for the raid. Hope you guys had a great night. For those of you just joining us, game 4, 2-1, Conduit up over MZRY in Plat Finals. This is Fearless Draft as well, so picks are starting to get a little spicy.
Yeah, I mean, looking at summoner spells, nothing really shocking. Keystones, nothing really standing out there. I guess the only one you could say is Caitlyn going for the lethal tempo instead of like PTA or fleet footwork. I think I would have liked to see. Yeah, I think I would have liked to see fleet footwork in this lane for Caitlyn just because of the amount of poke that's going to be coming out. But I understand why you do go lethal tempo. So, you know, can't be too upset about that.
Mm-hmm. And correct me if I'm wrong, but last week we watched the specific Silas player dominate their game.
We did. He also went like Riftmaker in the Spirit Visage. But that's also when they solo killed a Mordekaiser like 11 times, I think.
It was a rough game for the Mordekaiser,
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah, so hopefully, you know, Conduit doesn't fall victim to the Wall Street Silas the same way that Dorado did last week. But, I mean, it's hard if you are MZRY this game because you're just... I don't know if they're nervous just about because you are on match point. This is the end of the season if you lose. And
okay, we're good. Sorry.
Okay. I mean, good job by Conduit bot lane to, you know, dodge out on that engage or that poke damage from trucks and be able to just re-engage. It's going to be a lot worse once I hit level 3, but Derision getting some good damage onto Wall Street there. This is exactly what I was talking about. Oh, Derision can keep
the grounded too.
Okay, I was going to say, if Derision had mana, that might have just been a solo kill right there.
Yeah, bot lane feels real rough to play into though, for sure.
I mean, it's rough for Conduit to play in this bot lane, but it's rough for Wall Street to play into this Cassiopeia in the mid lane. The only thing that he's got working for him right now is that Derision has no help. Oh, Domination getting rooted up there, and the Seraphine Q to follow.
Yeah, this level 2 is rough. I mean, they're out of mana though.
Yeah, and he's going to just have to chug the pot and catch the wave here. But this is exactly what I said. You know, maybe Fleet Footwork was the keystone to go in this lane because you're able to just try to out-sustain their mana issues and hope for the best in that way. But it's also that there's never really a mana issue in bottom lane only because you have a Seraphine who's running TP. Like, it is so hard to outpush a TP APC, and that's why they did nerf Seraphine, right? Riot was kind of like, hey, this champion is just ruining solo queue games. It's like it had like a 60% win rate at some point, I think. So it's just kind of crazy to think about.
We can kind of see why.
And this is nerfed. This is a nerfed Seraphine, by the way. I think Domination would have already had the recall if this was previous Seraphine, just because the damage that it also packed was kind of a bit ridiculous, if we're being honest here.
Yeah, absolute control. They are doing an okay job trying to stay even in farm. It is so difficult for them to do anything right now, though. And they have it warded up thanks to Jesus with Jason kind of coming down. Warding up the Tri-Brush, warding up the river as well, so they can play super aggressive down here and play that win con.
Yeah, and it also feels bad that you're playing Caitlyn lane into this because Caitlyn loves to be able to bully their lane opponent and get that CS lead, and that's just not going to happen in this lane, right?
Nope.
There's no drafting by MZRY to just not let that be a thing. But, you know, that also comes at a price where, yes, you're winning in CS right now as Wall Street, but, like, you overstep once, you're just going to get run down by this Cassiopeia. And then just look at the CS lead on the jungle matchup right now, right? Nation is on one of those hyper-clearing junglers, and, you know, we saw Jesus Jace try to do something top lane, didn't work out. Tried to do something middle lane, didn't work out, and then wasted even more time to come and get that. Not waste, but walk bot lane to get that ward and try bush for his bot lane. So he's just going to be behind Temple here, while Nation got to do a full clear reset and is just now full clearing again. So this is what you expect from a Lilia, but you know, it's just we're going to be farming up for a while and looking for those picks and team fights.
Yeah, 29 to 40 CS right now. It's a rough spot for domination. And we kind of talk about the mid lane dip that we see Caitlyn sometimes have, and it's just going to be a little more difficult when she's playing in a lane like this. Though Trux could be in a little bit of trouble. Stun does land, the trap goes down, but doesn't quite connect. 9 caliber net does do a little bit of damage. They're going topside for Narva though. Asian in the area, but not enough damage to take down Narva, and domination is playing at a knife's edge right now, bot side.
Yeah, I mean, we were saying that Trux is a little bit of damage, but Tortuga perfectly zoning out domination there, and then them getting that damage again on the backside. If domination misplays this at all, he's just dead here or has to burn flash. So very, very scary spot to be in.
Yeah.
You can also lose a plate to a Seraphine.
His first blood to the Seraphine. Tortuga Trux with the little wombo combo down there. The slow gets dropped. And the Seraphine picks up first blood. 20 CS as well. I think they should back here for the tempo, but they're going for more. The root comes through. Tortuga flashed forward. 2 kills now on the Seraphine.
And they're going to pick up a second plate.
Struggling bot lane.
Yeah, and this whole time, Nation just has not been there to bail them out. Like, this is not what you want to be seeing when you're picking a Caitlyn. Like we said, they have that power game, that mid-game power trough, and it's just going to be even more prevalent now with the lead that they do not have. You're down 20 CS, 2 plates. You have died now. And Seraphine still has TP. Seraphine gets to walk back to this lane. So you're just going to be trapped here forever.
Yep, 7 minutes. 1K gold lead, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, we thought last game was dominant. So far, this one is shaping up to possibly be more dominant if MZRY continues on this pace and looking to send us through Game 5. But this whole time, Nation has been counter-jungling G's with Jason. He's up almost 30 CS now. So, gonna have to be, like, the carry for his team in this game if they're gonna try to win this one at this rate.
Yeah, and surprisingly, Caitlyn kind of caught up a little bit in CS. I mean, she'll go down a little more here, but able to pick up a lot off that bounce back at least.
Yeah, maybe, like you said, MZRY shouldn't have greeted for that second play and, like, keep a wave in a spot where it's really hard for Caitlyn to do anything. But since they stayed for that second play, the wave crashes and just able to bounce back for domination to be able to pick up some of the CS. But they're just going to go back to work and try to push them in again and make it really hard for you to dodge any of these skill shots.
Yeah, and right back in the lane, just doing what they do best. It's abusing them bot side. Going in for the knock-up. Tortuga takes...
That's some big damage.
That is some big damage, right? Tortuga down a half health.
Yeah, solo Piltover Peacemaker with that Serrated Dirk does a lot of damage.
Oh, connect the second. That would have been real damage there if that second one went through.
That might have been a solo kill. That might have been a ultimate out of domination to try to get that kill. But
Darazin in trouble. Does flash. Oh my gosh. Darazin with the potential outplay, but Wall Street is there with the alt follow-up. It looks so great from Darazin, but not quite enough damage yet. Narva in trouble as well. Chai going under turret. Slice and Dice comes through the flash as well. Narva, not enough gas in the tank. Walks away.
I thought Darazin was about to get the outplay there.
Oh,
he played that so clean. That was so sick to see. But, you know, it's hard when you have no mana, right? Yeah. That's the biggest thing about Cassiopeia is just mana usage in this lane. Like, trying not to get, you know, executes with the E on the minions, trying to just auto attack them, not spamming Q as much, because once you're out of mana, you really don't do much in this bot lane. And Nation trying to get that swirl seed onto the bottom lane for a sleep play. Doesn't happen, but, you know, was looking for it there.
Yeah, just Nation basically just spam clearing wards. There's so many down there right now. It's going to be another 1 or 2 that Nation quite hasn't seen yet. Oh, okay. Actually, we'll find them all. So
I was gonna say this is the same vision kind of setup that Conduit
Mhm.
did to them last game, and now MZRY just taking a page from their
Yeah.
book, just being able to fully track Nation on this Lilia. It makes it really hard for him to do plays, but he's just getting a free farm. He's
Yeah.
up 30 CS. Like Lily is not a champ that you want to just let her farm all game because once she gets 2-3 items, even at one item, she is scary to deal with.
Yeah, definitely a champion you do not want to ignore and just let kind of power farm. Looking for a steal on the blue buff as well. Meanwhile, Jesus with J's on and Chuck's going to go top side looking for some grubs here.
Yeah, and I think Conduit is perfectly fine with giving that away. Oh, they're even going to give this to Risen. What a play.
Oh,
What a beautiful play by Conduit there. Yeah, a little bit of glazing, but no, it's actually really smart to give the Risen that blue buff because he then has that solo kill threat onto Wall Street that he just lacked in that play in mid lane before. But Nation and the rest of the squad can look to dive for Tuga.
Illicit Raven going in, tanks up the turret. Domination gets charmed. Ops not to use the cleanse because Illicit Raven is tanky enough. First kill on the board, give it over to the Lilia.
All right.
Oh, Derisen's in trouble, though. Can he outplay it again? The flash forward from Trucks does drop the ultimate, but the root from Trucks is there. It's enough CC. Wall Street looking to finish off the kill. One more auto attack. Nation is there with a follow-up there. Wall Street took Nation's ultimate. Illicit Raven in the area as well as Caleb. Meanwhile, we got a fight going topside. Looks like we're swapping over to that. Chai drops the ultimate. Uses the J's on, trying to get the root coming through. Chai doesn't have flash. Ease over the wall. Narvar with the flash follow-up, though. I don't think there's enough damage to quite kill this guy yet. There's no minion wave either, so Chai might be able to walk out and survive. Meanwhile, no one dies bot side, so the only kill will be on the Derisen in the mid lane.
Wow.
A lot of fighting, not a lot of deaths.
A lot of fighting.
Again.
All right, so let's go back to that bot lane dive. Really, really good by Conduit. If they want to clean up a little bit, Raven a little quick to pull the Q trigger on that one because if you hit somebody into a wall as Alistair, there's a weird interaction where they're stunned up longer than a normal headbutt, so you can wait to get the Q where they still can't flash, but then overall, really well played by them. And then the play onto Derizen in the mid lane. He almost outplays it again, but the root flash out of Truck staying perfectly in range, able to pick that one up. And then in top lane, Chai just the phase rush. Oh, Nation
Flashes in onto Trucks and Tortuga, trying to get away. Trucks with the root, though. Juice with J's on in the area. Realize that there's 4 members there. They don't want that fight. Mill back up.
Yeah, smart idea by Nation to flash and get the 2 stacks on the Q once he hits them to get the movement speed to be out of range. But and then going back to that top lane play, Chai in the top lane, Bomba able to just do the Gragas things to get out of that one. But this dragon, it looks like it's going to go to MZRY.
Yeah, they TP'd Wall Street in for this, so they really want this. This will be their second dragon. They split 3-3 in Grubs. Nation maybe looking for a steal. I don't know if I want to give that gold over. It doesn't have flash. So yeah, just gives it over. Wisely done, and we'll pick up the second Drake.
Yeah, I mean, MZRY got the advantage, able to get back on the map first, chunked out Nation, so he's like, hey, I gotta go take some camps, get this health back, but it means that, MZRY can just go, hey, we turn on the dragon while he's not here, and able to pick that one up for themselves, so starting to sack up these dragons early, but Ocean Soul, gonna be the one we get in this game 4, and I mean, I think both comps would love to get that one.
Yeah, Nation's stuck into the Tri-Brush, but they're gonna not. Swirlsea doesn't quite connect. Are they looking to dive it again? Illicit Raven just walking under turret though. Knockup does come through. Rock's trying to kite this one out. Tortuga gets a charm on Illicit Raven, who does flash on a Tortuga. Domination goes down under the turret. It's a disaster for Conduit. A failed dive. One member dead. Illicit Raven, the next on the chopping block. Nation going forward, trying to get the Drowsy off. Does connect it. We got a fight in the mid lane as well. Tortuga might live. The Swirlsea does connect the burn. Is it enough? I don't know. It's not going to be quite enough, actually.
What just happened?
Flash in the mid lane. So there isn't burn flash in the mid lane to keep Wall Street off. So they traded that. And somehow they botched the dive. No minions. Raven goes in. Does die. Tortuga somehow doesn't die to the swirl seed at the end there. I thought the burn would be enough, but it's not. So a lot of fighting and only 1 death at the end of the day.
Yeah, Conduit really not playing that dive well on that one because the Karma Seraphine deletes waves. Like you have to stack a wave to be able to get a dive on that bot lane, and we saw why right there, right? Raven tanked it for as long as they could and has to flash out, and then Domination is the one with the tower aggro, so ends up going down in the
They're
end.
gonna get Nasion's blue buff, and they might get Nasion as well. The passive comes through. Narva will pick that kill up. And they're gonna get the blue buff, and they're gonna get the steal. They're gonna get out. There isn't in the area. Wall Street looking like they might want more. Not gonna happen though.
Yeah, I mean the rest of his team just not there to support Nation when he turns back in there. Also does not have the sleep, so not what you want to be doing. He should have just given that one up, kept his life and just looked for another day. But Derizen getting focused in this mid lane again after what he did in that game number 3.
And I think this is the best we've seen Narva do in this series.
I would agree. Into Chai specifically, yes. But, hasn't killed Chai yet. And that's the scary part. Chai going with this Roa build, and then I'm not sure what he's going to go after this. I think a lot of Gragas's nowadays build a little bit more like AP Bruisery, like with a Cosmic Drive and stuff like that. It's not like the old Gragas where we saw like the Frozen Fist and like Spirit Visage, stuff like that, where you just are a tank with Grasp and you live forever and still deal a ridiculous amount of damage.
Char's starting to get the better of these trades though, so Narva has to be a little bit careful. Did opt in for the Merc Treads and the Hex Drinker.
I mean, it makes sense. It's triple AP topside. Why wouldn't you go with that?
No, really smart buy though.
MZRY really, really playing smart. We said they're going to have to, play this comp really well, look for the picks against, they're engaged to just run at you in a straight line. It's really hard to play against what Conduit has drafted, and they're doing it really well so far.
Yeah. Gold lead's not too crazy at the moment, but the solo laners, Narva and Wall Street, really need to get advantages for this comp to work, and that's what they've done so far.
And what we just saw there in that mid lane with the Wall Street trade on to Derizen, that's exactly what it's talking about. Cassiopeia counters Silas in a theory where he doesn't get to E in on you, because once he's in on you, it doesn't matter if you get that miasma down. He's just going to wail on you with his auto attacks and every other ability.
This turret too, so they're going to crack mid lane turret as well real early into this game.
Yeah, and that's just because of the trade that Wall Street took onto Derizen. They don't even have to use Herald for that one. Just trying to clear this wave, forcing Narva to back off, not take this turret up in top lane too, but trade's looking a little even up in this top side, honestly. Could go either way if they try to go all in on this.
Yeah, Dominus not being popped. Looks like he might want it. Does have to be careful though, because Gragas has the ultimate as well. Big ultimate from Derizen, but Nation not able to follow up any damage right now. Going back top side, I guess that's more important than the dragon fight. Or the Dragon Vision fight, I should say. Dragon doesn't spawn for another 20 seconds. We're just scrapping a little early for it. Derizen could be in trouble. Jason does drop the ultimate. Wall Street is there for the follow-up. Nation forced to flash out as well. Illicit Raven does get charmed up. Pops the Alistar ultimate. Knocks back Jesus with Jason. The root over the wall. Derizen trying to deal damage, but is by himself. Illicit Raven with a massive pulverize, though. Meanwhile, we're going topside because Narva gets the 1v1 Tortuga. Low health domination. Picks up 2 kills. They're looking to turn it back onto Wall Street. Nason going forward. The ultimate from Caitlyn comes out. The healing from Wall Street is enough to keep him alive a little bit longer. The shutdown goes over to Nation. So 2 kills for 3 across the map right now in favor of Conduit.
What a play by Conduit around that dragon. I mean, I wish I could tell you what happened in that top lane, but top laners be top laners. They're just going to fight each other to death at this point. But they used everything on Derizen there to try to get him. They used the Seraphine ult, the Sejuani ult. They stole the Alistar ult, and it didn't matter in the end because Nation held his ultimate for so long to get a crucial 3-man sleep onto Wall Street, onto Tortuga, and onto Trucks, and it just turned the whole course of the fight. Caitlyn collecting 2 kills in that one, and Nation picking up 1 on the backside. That is how Conduit wants to play this out, because if you can't lock down Lilia, she's just going to run. She's going to prance around your team at Mach 67 and just do stuff like that.
Yeah, Domination was untouched in that fight as well, so just able to deal so much damage as that Caitlyn, not having to burn any summoners.
Sorry, had to yawn there real quick. I don't know if you cut out or something. All right. But yeah, no, I'm just... it feels so close once again. It's
Yeah.
only 1,000 gold lead. They're gonna look to break another turret here for MZRY on this bot side. Chai just gonna have to sacrifice this
Yeah.
one. I don't think he can really duel this 2v2 combo at this point anymore.
All right, so 2 turrets down for them. My apologies, I mean 3 turrets because they took top side, yeah. So all outer turrets down, looking to try to continue this pressure. 2,000 gold now separates these two teams. As we're just looking at Narva and Chai scrapping again. As it looks like Jesus with J's on might be caught. Illicit Raven trying to CC. The ultimate comes through. Jesus with J's on dashes over the wall. Good escape, but Narva by himself in the bot lane with no help from the jungler, but not enough damage on Chai and Illicit Raven to really justify them continuing that fight.
I mean, looking at the state of this game, this is what we've seen out of MZRY in every game. They get those early turret leads, right? And they try to play around that pressure. And then Conduit finds the team fights, finds their way back to these games with these massive team outplays. And it's looking like it's kind of chalking up to be the same at this point, right? It's now on Conduit to get the turnaround that we say every game, and they normally get it done and make it happen. So it's hard to count Conduit out at this point because we've seen them just take a Baron and basically win the game off of it. We saw it last game. They took one Baron, broke every turret and inhibitor in the game except for the Nexus ones, and then just won soon after. So MZRY has to be on their A game to be able to close this one out with the advantage that they have in trucks.
Yeah.
Recall canceled there. Nothing going to come out of it, but
Dirizen's-
Dirizen. I
2
saw what he
levels
was
down
trying
though
there.
on Wall Street. Yeah, good shot. Wall Street though, gonna just pop the ultimate on the 2, trying to make the escape, but Dirizen is there. Teleport coming through, down to half health. Narva there to escort Wall Street out in the top lane.
I really like the idea of what Dirizen was trying to do there. He was trying to get the miasma onto Wall Street so he couldn't E away, but just mispredicts at where he was going to be, and then he steals the Cassiopeia ultimate and gets it onto the key members who were chasing him down. Dirizen doesn't have the damage yet. He's getting there. We saw it there. He did half of Wall Street's health by himself, and the Rylai's makes it so hard for Silas to want to do what he wants to do. So Dirizen scaling up into this game very well. You know, just one note thing, he doesn't have any boots. I'd like to see him buy those soon. No, I'm joking. Everybody knows Cassiopeia
On a
can't buy
side
boots.
note,
He's a
though,
snake.
You have Silas, you have Renekton, and you have Seraphine, right? Where's the anti-heal coming out for some of these team fights?
So ideally, there's 2 people who can build it on the side of Conduit. It's Nation and it's Dirizen. They're going to be the ones who are DPSing the most, and they're going to be the most effective users of it. But heal cut just feels so bad in the game of League of Legends, right? Riot doesn't know how to balance this thing at all. Like, people have suggested so many things to make it better, and Riot just says it's like the thing with heal cut is it's either going to be the best thing in the game or it's going to be like the worst thing in the game. And Riot will never make it the best thing in the game, so it will always be the worst thing in the game. So you need multiple sources of it. So I would like to see both Dirizen and Nation build it.
Yeah. Nation could be in trouble. Wall Street going in. Dirizen is on the side, though. Swansea does connect, but Nation forced to flash on a lot of members in the area. Illicit Raven going forward onto Wall Street. Wall Street down to half health. The ultimate goes to the top, connects on the 3 members. Domination forced to flash out. Dirizen forced to flash out. This fight is split. Dirizen gets a great ultimate.
Oh,
But the damage isn't quite there. It does pick up 1, though. Wall Street will pick up Illicit Raven as well. Chai forced to flash out. Domination trying to do what he can. Trucks. Yep, on the backside. Nation looking for Wall Street. Wall Street doesn't quite connect the chains. Looking for 1 more. Nation gets it. They're fighting back. It's scrappy, but they're making it work.
I mean, it's working all right, and they're still looking for more, right? The dragon is up, and Chai
Chai's
TC's
here.
back into this one. But holy hell, Dirizen gets another big 3-man ultimate. Yes, he goes down, but it lets Nation clean up the backside of this fight. Forcing everything onto Raven is not what you should be doing. You have to get out the key members. And Narva also created so much havoc on the backline. It's not over.
Teleport coming in. Dirizen will be here. Trucks a little far forward. Dirizen, the teleport will come through. They'll walk out 2-2 in Dragons, and only 1k gold now between these 2 teams.
Yeah, I mean, this is a game. And like we said, it's hard for MZRY to play into this comp, and we saw it there, right? They're fighting on 2 fronts. Domination spacing really well, able to pick up the kill onto Narva, and it's just like they're burning everything onto Alyssa Raven, which is not what they should be doing, right? This Alistair, once they break that the ultimate Unbreakable Will, it is just so hard to actually get enough damage in consistently to actually get the kill onto them. But Narva, okay, nothing gonna come of it. I was like, he could be in a little bit of trouble here, but they go for the Q instead of the miasma first, so he's able to slice, dice his way out of that play.
And Nation starting to really do a lot of damage in these extended team fights. And they split, right? They're splitting these fights. Oh, hold on. Speaking of fight, Chai could be in a little bit of trouble here. Illicit Raven goes forward, knocks him back. They're trying to dodge out the Seraphine stun and the ultimate right now. Great casket coming out of Chai to just separate them. We'll get all the members out alive.
That play could have gone so good for MZRY, but Wall Street E'd into a wall and couldn't get over onto anyone. So yeah, the wrap around to get all the way around, and then Chai's barrel was also so good.
That was a great barrel.
Separated Wall Street from the team.
But they're coming right back to it though. Illicit Raven gets ulted, pops the ultimate as well. Two-man knock-up. The ultimate comes through from Wall Street. Illicit Raven trying to buy space. Nation going forward. Chai is in the area as well. Triple drowsy teleport coming through, and they're all just going to walk out. We mentioned the damage not quite there yet, and they're really struggling, but they're finding these picks. They're starting to fight off well, but the damage isn't quite there. Domination, oh my gosh. Trucks forced the flash, build over Peacemaker, might have killed him there.
I was holding my breath because I wasn't sure what was going to happen. I didn't want to be talking when a fight broke out again. But oh my gosh, the way these teams are playing is so scary to watch, because they're just both trying to do whatever they can to get the smallest advantage and make a play. And guess what? Nothing is happening. No one has died since that dragon fight. And I mean, Nation kind of the hero of that last play, getting a big three-man sleep when Tortuga was wrapping around to group up with the rest of the team. Could have been a disaster for Conduit. But, you know, Nation reading him a nice bedtime story, putting them all to bed, and getting his team out to safety.
Yeah, and really, I feel like to execute on this team comp from MZRY here, right? You need both your solo laners, because that is all your damage right now. Yes, they're building AP damage, but they're not quite there on the items to really threaten Conduit here.
Yeah, and I mean, this is the thing that I was talking about. This is the nerfed version of the Seraphine, where the Q does not do as much damage. It kind of feels bad to build full AP on her. I think that, like, the supportive build is still really good. You still don't have that kill threat, but the amount of survivability you give the rest of your team is just insane, which would make it so much harder for Conduit to play this game. But a decision made by MZRY, coaching staff, draft team, and whatever else they got for him to go this full AP build, I'm not sure I like it so much. But the other thing to note is the siege power on the side of MZRY. It's not good. Not saying Conduit's is good either, but Conduit has a Caitlyn. Caitlyn has the range to be able to siege. It is so hard for, you know, MZRY to start breaking these tier 2 turrets with what they've drafted without getting a, like, 5-man ace or a 4-man kill play. Yeah, they definitely need to try to, like, extend the map out, play around these objectives, take extended fights, take a couple kills. Their waves, for the most part, in this game have been pushing in their favor, and they're really making sure they get side lane prio. And then Dragon's up 57, so I'd like to see them take that extended fight, play to the push in their waves, and then try to turn them into turrets. Yeah, I mean, they have the side lane power on the side of MZRY, right? Yeah. You have... It's really hard for anyone else besides Chai to answer either of these guys, because all Chai's going to do is, like, clear the wave, full AP style, just use all those abilities. We see it right here, just using it. But Narva going all the way in onto Domination. The Charm gets up the cleanse there as well. Illicit Raven just so tanky, flashes out. You know, we got to scrap in the top lane, but 4v2, the teleport comes through to keep them safe, but that's it. Again, I mean, that's enough damage. Burn the flash. That's big for MZRY, right? They got the Unbreakable Will out of Alistair. They got Cleanse and Flash out of Domination. And all they used was a Flash from Narva and a Seraphine ultimate. They still have ult from Jesus with J. So if they pick Domination, like right here... Yeah, watch his teleport as well. Nation on the side. Yeah, they TP Chai. I feel like they're debating a Flash play here from Nation, but not quite yet. Yeah, Chai going forward. Solo tanking. Frontline takes the Blast come back over. All right, Wall Street
Trucks.
TP's in. He's on
Yeah,
the top
Wall Street
side.
up on the top side. Trucks trying to get some poke damage with the backside Tortuga. They need to connect. The carries are not with the bot lane right now. Their shielding and their empowerment's not quite there, so they need to walk top side. They need to rebalance this fight, redraw their battle lines right now as Chai looking on the flank, looking for a potential ultimate. Wall Street's looking for that flank position as well, and they're just poking with the swirling seed right now.
All right, he got the Gragas
Guys have the
ultimate.
Gragas ultimate. Yep.
Chai was trying so hard to stay off of Vision,
Yeah.
so Wall Street could not steal that one. But, I mean, the way MZRY's grouping up, Chai could get such a big
Yeah.
casket too. Oh, no, they caught
Ultimate
domination!
comes through on the domination. The cast knocks him backwards, though, but he's out of the fight.
5-man
Ultimate over the
sleep!
top. Oh, it's a massive drowsy with the Seraphine ultimate as well. Chai with the casket, buying so much space. Narva goes down. Jesus with J's forced to get out. Tortuga drops next. Bucks running for their life. It's a double kill for domination. Nation's hunting it. They're going to get the dragon, and it looked so good until Nation turned it around with a massive sleep. The Seraphine ultimate over the top bot. So much space. Chai looking for the jungler. Jesus with J's on in trouble. Probably going to go down as well. Just trying to buy time. And the gold lead now has swung in favor of Conduit in a crucial game 4 for MZRY.
Oh my god. Nation with a 5-man flash Lily asleep was what they needed for that team fight. They're gonna get Baron
Yep,
off in this
Snippet
one.
Baron.
They got the ultimate onto domination. The Sejuani Glacial Prison hit him, and it did not matter. They got the Wall Street Gragas cast, and it threw Raven into all 5 members for a 5-man pulverized play with the Nation follow-up and the Chai cast on top. Oh man, that is picture perfect. That is what Conduit wanted that fight to be, and hey, MZRY helped them with that Wall Street ultimate,
Yep,
and I
dragged him
mean, the whole momentum of this game just swings drastically into domination.
Yeah, and yeah, they have the lead the entire game. They were stacking dragons, but now 3 ocean dragons for Conduit here on Soul Point. Got the Baron as well. Now in one of the largest gold leads of this game. They're in the driver's seat, and they scale super well too.
I mean, it is a scary, scary thing to be facing now. Domination is 5-2. Nation 3-1-6 on this Lilia. He's got the Rylai's now. Double Rylai's is so hard to play in 2 formations with these melee solo laners. I mean, it's like I said at the start of the game, it is so hard to get your engages against this Conduit comp that has so much disengage and re-engage angles. And like the only one who hasn't suffered it is Trux. Trux has been spacing very well this game, but it's a karma support. It doesn't matter at the end of the day.
Yeah. No anti-heal yet, by the way. So
I don't think
still
they needed
just
after that
kinda
last
going
fight.
in. Yeah, apparently not. 3.5 items though.
Oh
For
man, a
Caitlyn.
2-man sleep now.
2-man drowsy as well. Nation going forward. Truck's about half health, trying to get the rest of the carries out. Big Seraphine ultimate over the top, only buying space right now though. The Nation walking into Narva, but the fight is split. The casket goes out. Tortuga force the flash over the wall. They split the fight with Chai, and they pick up 1 kill after turning it. A bunch of flashes burn as well. Pretty much everyone lost flash on the side of MZRY trying to bail out of that fight.
Yeah, and I mean, that just started with a good swirling seed out of Nation picking off 2 crucial members, and then just a really good fight overall. Nation even living there after face checking Narva in a bush.
Yeah, 5k gold lead. Tier 2 middle turret is down. Wall Street pulled over Peacemaker, connects the ultimate. Can they block it? Tortuga down to half health. And this comfy comp that they were looking for, it's falling apart. The inhibitor, the next to drop as well. They're going to get that. They're going to reset and look to spend their gold. 6,000 gold separates these 2 teams in what is a do or die for MZRY.
I mean, sometimes when you get too comfortable, you fall into your own trap of expectations. Like, comfort is one thing, but if you get too comfortable, it is going to bite you in the rear. And Nation is comfortable on this Lilia, and he is showing up here in this last game.
Yep, anti-heal on Caitlyn now. With the more reminder, 4 items for the 80 carry. A lot of damage going to be coming out here.
Yeah, I mean, this Caitlyn is so huge. I mean, everybody on Conduit is huge at this point in the game, and I mean,
7k gold.
I mean, we're at a dominant gold lead where it's really hard to throw at this point in the game.
Yep. there's no damage, right? If they had maybe one more damage member, this comp would feel maybe a little bit better, but they have to all clump up or they don't, their team fight doesn't work for them, right? And then if they're all clumping up, right? Chai just drops the casket, sends everyone flying, or Nation goes in, gets a 4 to 5 man sleep, and then you've just played right into what Conduit wants to do.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. Conduit is just the king of re-engage with this comp, and they're just going to keep playing it that way because, I mean, why shouldn't they? They don't need to force any pressure. Like, Nation just gets one big swirl seed, and it's basically game at this point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. MZRY season is on a knife's edge right now. Swirling Seed just fishing for some damage. Chai, only one death in the 1v1 to Narva so far, but this Gragas, level 18, knocks him back into the turret. Dominus isn't popped yet, so the kill pressure isn't quite there, but you're fighting without your top lane carry now. The 4v4 should be in favor of Conduit. Narva forced to flash over the wall. Dragons up. This is Ocean Soul. This could be the game. Jesus with his Jays on frontlining. Nation looking to run them down right now. Top laners looking to run down from top side to connect right now. Yep, Chai's on the flank. They're looking for him, but he dashes out. Wall Street, what can he do? Looking to mark the flank. They're going to get the reset off of Narva. Teleport is there, but they're on the Dragon right now. Dragon dropping low, down to 7k. They're fighting without the 80 carry right now, just buying so much space. Wall Street losing the 1v1 to Chai right now. Chai just going in and smacking him around. They have the Ocean Dragon. So this healing comp that was looking to fight, the ultimate comes up over the top. Nation in a little bit of trouble right now. Not a massive sleep, but the Risen on the backside. The carries are untouched. One gets rooted out, but it's too little. It's too late. They're untouched. Domination just dealing damage to Risen on the top side of the fight. A double kill for the Caitlyn, and that's it. That's all she wrote. They're marching down the mid lane. Conduit Esports have won back-to-back-to-back-to-back platinum finals in the Blue Otter League.
I mean, what a performance out of Conduit here in this last game. They went down early, but it did not matter. They showed up when it mattered the most. And hey, welcome to the 4 newest members of the Yeet list, thanks to Conduit Revelation, the way they played tonight and the way they played all season. This is what a lot of people expected at the start of the year, and it has played out exactly the way they wanted. Conduit Revelation taking home the victory here.
Yeah, great series. Shout out to MZRY. They came so close. Great run for them this season. Phenomenal game coming out of Conduit Esports in this best of 5 series. And it's been a great tournament, honestly. We've had a lot of fun casting. I'm hoping the players have a lot of fun tonight. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe you're going to hit a couple of them up and see what they have to say.
That is correct. We are going to head to a quick break while we work on the post-game championship interview with the Conduit Revelation players. So we'll see you once we get that all set up. And welcome back, everybody. We are joined by all of Conduit Revelation and their organization owner, Mr. Genetics himself. I'm going to start with you, Genetics. This is the 4th championship in a row that Conduit has won in BOL Platinum. How does that make you feel?
Feels good, man. A lot of people didn't see the community post. I said it took us over 600 days to get our first one, but we're going to be holding this one for over 600, the championship for over 600 days. 4 straight. It feels great.
Awesome. It's sad to say that I believe like 4 of these players are going to be hitting the Yeet list this offseason after, the season that they had and just how well they've been known around the Platinum community. But it's nice to see all of them coming together to get this championship. And then in the, after the game, me and Traxon were talking about who we think MVP for this series was. And I think we both unanimously agreed that it is actually Chai. So, Mr. Chai, how do you feel about that?
I didn't expect it. I think everyone played really well, so I guess like I'd like to share the honor with my entire team. Like everyone really stepped up throughout the entire series. Like Derizen had a crazy game 3 along with MZRY on a signature Aphelios game. Wait, was that also game 3? Yeah.
Yes.
Right. Nation popped off the hell out of game 4. Raven's always there, like just hitting on people. Like yeah, a great win, I think, for the team.
Yeah, we both agree that the way you handled Narva in the first and second game, and just throughout the whole series, we felt like you are deserving of the honors, but that's not a slouch to the rest of the team who all showed up at key moments when they needed to. I'm going to now jump over to your other team captain, the man who's been around the scene the longest and getting his 2nd championship here. Nation, how you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good, but this is championship number 4.
Sean? Yeah,
okay.
I'm talking about, what, you had a bench ship here already and you're still allowed? I gotta talk to
Whoa.
But it's nice to see, you guys seem to struggle a little bit in the early games, but knowing you guys all as players, I never really doubted you guys for all that much, besides the one game that you did end up losing. I didn't even really doubt you just lost to an Alawi backdoor. Feels bad, but overall, really clean gameplay out of all of you. But now I'm going to look at the KDA King himself, number 1 on everybody's eat list, Mr. Manavir. You had that pop off Aphelios game. Were you surprised that they let you have your signature champion so early in this finals?
I think they were just prepping too hard for game 4 and 5, and they just wanted it out early. And according to my team and myself, if I get a Aphelios, normally it's just a win. But for the most part, I think, shout out to my teammates. Chai is deserving of MVP. And shout out to Tortuga. He should beat my ass in lane almost every game, but I'm sick. He picked Seraphine in the decider game. I'm sick for him.
I was kind of flaming it a little bit. I'm not going to lie. But, Tortuga, I think a lot of the players on MZRY did have a good series, especially shout out G's with J's in that second game on that Skarner. He was just unkillable against you guys. But speaking of having, a little bit of a rougher series, we're going to have to sadly look at our mid laner here, Derizen. It seems like you were focused out a lot in that first and second game. How did that affect your mental throughout the whole series?
Absolutely not at all. I'm playing my position. I'm doing my job. I'm eating the pressure from their best players. They want to come do that. I want them to come. They did, and we win. It's easy.
All right. Like Derizen said, he wanted them to come, and he got them to. So that's good on him for managing that one.
That's crazy. Pause on that.
Yeah, we're not going to dwell on that for too long. Had to get that joke in there. But, I'm going to talk to kind of the, silent bastion of the team, the one that a lot of you guys, when I asked who your MVP was for the league, you all said Raven for MVP. So Raven, how do you feel with all the accolades that your teammates have given you this whole season overall?
I don't know. I think I'm just there, I find it engages sometimes, but everyone I play with is cracked, so it doesn't take much to win, I don't think.
All right. Overall, this season seems like it was a pretty smooth ride for you guys. Y'all did lose week 7 to MZRY, so it's nice to see y'all bounce back after that rough series that you had as a team. I guess it was just a bad meta read. I don't know what Chris was thinking, drafting you guys those champions, but you showed up tonight. Y'all showed up tonight and really pulled it out. I think this was kind of expected by a lot of people once the league roster was dropped and we saw the names to paper. I think immediately you guys were one of the favorites, so it's nice to see you all clutch up and be able to come through that one. Traxy, you got any questions for anybody?
No, I think you answered it pretty well. I'm kind of dying at the moment with my throat, so
All right.
just lets you do most of the talking at the
Fair
moment.
enough. Fair enough. I'm gonna look at genetics again here. So genetics, you know, 4th championship for your Conduit organization. I mean, I think it's gonna be hard to 5-peat, but I don't doubt that you're gonna be able to do it. Are you sad to see probably 2 to 3 of these players get in the yeet and not be able to run it back for your organization in the Platinum League?
No, absolutely not. I think as a community, we've always promoted players to grow when they feel comfortable. I mean, last season's Plat champions Gremlins, went up and they did fairly well in the Emerald League. So, I don't know what the terms from this team were, but if they want to stay here, they're more than welcome to. They're perfectly happy with them staying. We'll rebuild the Plat scene.
All right. I like to hear that. As a lot of people say, Plat is a dying league. It's nice to hear that some teams are still willing to invest in that talent and be able to keep it running for the people who want that chance at the competitive scene of League of Legends that we all get to play here. But, I'm going to talk with Nation again. You are one of the captains of this team. Overall, are you proud of your team with the growth that they've had this season? Or are you kind of just like, this was business from the start, this is what we expected?
Oh, I'm super proud of the growth. I mean, it was business from the start. I kind of expected it going in with some teams, like Phoenix and Titan, the way we lost in semis, and us here. I kind of expect us to make semis or finals. Like semis or finals, and I'll be happy. But I expect us to go further than that.
I mean, it's hard to not expect that with, like, the names that you guys all have. Like, people all know Manveer, all know you. People are starting to learn who Chai is, despite this being his 3rd comp season. I found that out the other day. Didn't know that.
Yeah, that's crazy.
He told me that in DMs, and I'm like, okay, no idea that was a thing. But you have some well-known names here and some newer talent, and it's nice to see you guys all be able to come together and make that work. As one of the newer players to comp scene, Risen, this is your first championship, I believe. So how are you feeling about that one?
Not true. Well, in BOL, yes, absolutely. But it feels awesome, man. I want to win. I've gotten so lucky to be placed alongside these players and to grow with them. And I think the thing that speaks more is that regardless of if we have the best this or that, we play as the best team. That's our job. Everybody plays for each other. We all make mistakes. We all have crazy plays. And it just feels good to be on that same page, to be peers, and to deserve it is how I feel. It's awesome.
All right. It's nice to hear that you're just happy to have this one. And then, Mr. Manveer, you are probably going to end up moving up to Emerald next season after getting this championship and after the whole season you had overall. Are you excited for this new challenge, or were you hoping to stick around Plat a little bit longer with these guys?
I mean, regardless of Yeet or not, like I've already talked to like Chai and stuff, I'm moving up to Emerald regardless, and I'm hoping to just keep learning and improving. I feel like I sort of hit a wall, like in Plat. I'm really improving and just sort of, playing at the top tier Plat level. So I think it's time to move up to Emerald and get my booty blasted in there for a while and then grow. Like, it's just the natural progression, right? So I'm looking forward to it, and shout out to you for doing content all split.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big shout out to Trucks for being the guy who reached out to me to be able to do all of this. But, I'm going to save my last question for our MVP of the series. Chai, you are, when we played together, you said you didn't want to move up to Emerald because you didn't want to try. Now that you have to move up to Emerald next split, are you sad that you have to try when you play League of Legends now?
No, I think obviously we would progress and move up to Emerald. Like when I said that, it was more of like, I'm old, I'm tired, I like to play tanks. There's a lot of players in Emerald that I think was daunting. Like I think you remember, Chon, like when we were on SGP and we're scrimming, I think it was Espada, and like that was the fucking sweatiest lane that I had to ever play in my life, and then they lane swapped and just completely took me out of the game. But you know what? It's like now that we won this with this as a team, it would be a good challenge, you know, to move up, and hopefully, you know, some of us can stay together and face that challenge together.
Yeah, I won't go into specifics with Mr. Espada as I live rent free in his head for some reason. And if he's watching this, love you too, Pookie. But you know, it's gonna be nice to see a lot of you guys moving up. I'm very proud of all of you guys as players, getting to watch your growth over the season, and also, you know, getting to play with some of you before. Sadly, never getting to play with the Risen, and it's really hard to play with Raven as we play the same role. But it's great to see just overall as a team the growth that you guys had and the way you're able to just show that and excel at this level as just a team and individuals as a whole. It's really good to see, and I'm excited to see what a lot of you can do in Emerald next season. But with that, this is going to be the end of our stream here tonight. This was the finals for Blue Otter Platinum League. Our winners again are Conduit Esports Revelation. I've been Chong Somo, joined by Traxon. I want to thank our producer Caddy for doing all this for us and staying up this late. Thank you for everybody watching, and we will be seeing you all next season.
Yeah, GG. See you next year.